Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series with Matsy and Two Tap Tony coming at ya with some Marvel rivals. It's time to get down to business and time to say a big shout out to our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provides best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
That's the way, serious play, and there's no other way to do it than with Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we appreciate their support. But speaking of support, Tony, we got to support some amazing teams here this time around. It's going to be fantastic, and I can't wait to get down into it, Tony.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Of course, the last time we saw these teams go toe-to-toe was season 8.5 or season 8, I believe. So, you know, a lot of things have changed. Season 9's brought a lot of new team-ups, of course, and as well, a lot of new teams here, Matt.
That's it. You know, this time around, we do have a couple of new entries into the competition. It's going to be Murdoch coming at you, as you can see there, MDU, as well as a UWA there. So, a big welcome to our new squadrons, as well as our returning squadrons as well in AU, Mon, Macquarie Crimson and Onyx, QUT, RMIT Swinburne, and UNSW Howland Raw, UCID, and UTS. So, blessed to have such incredible talent across the board.
Yeah, across all of these universities, got a ton of talent, of course, a ton that have been, you know, now having to kind of take a little bit of a backseat. You know, a few of them played in Ignite. Now it's a little bit of an off season before, you know, stage 2 starts. A few of them having to re-qualify actually for Ignite as well, Matt. So, you know, the competitive itch is coming back to a few of these uni teams and a few of these uni players.
Yeah, the competitive itch is definitely going to be scratched playing into the games here this evening. I can't wait to see who's going to be able to take it away. But first and foremost, let's take a look at how our standings are shaping up from the first half of the year here.
Yeah, of course, taking a look at the standings, UNSW Raw sitting pretty comfortable, undefeated, currently 13-0, Matt. UTS at that 11-2, Monash at 10-3, as well with QUT and Macquarie Onyx. So a very tight scoreline here towards the middle of the pack. We go down a little bit, RMIT at 9-4, AU at 6-7, and of course, Swinburne at 5-8 here, Matt. Looking good for our standings so far.
Yeah, so far so good on this side in Division 1, but there's more than one division, Tony. You know, we've got Division 2 as well, and definitely eager to see how things are shaping up there. As I don't know if UNSW Raw is ever going to be dethroned, to be honest. I feel like they're quite the behemoth, you know, almost undefeatable.
Yeah, quite a serious contender. You know, I believe we had almost like a few close calls for them, but like Raw were just able to clutch it out. They've got that clutch factor in them. I'm curious to see how this like 3-way tie goes, right? Because Monash, QUT, Macquarie, all very, very strong rosters. Monash just inching that one out by game wins to game losses. So for the side of RMIT, AU, Swinburne, hopefully, you know, they have a little bit better fortunes going into the future weeks.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be fortunate heading forward, but we'll see how things go. Obviously, a keynote, this is our top division here. All of our teams are in a playoffs, so definitely keen to see how those play out into the future. But we'll take a look at our lower division now. As you can see, we do have our new entrants there in UWA, UCID, UNSW Howl, MDU, and Macquarie Crimson. So, very eager to see what is going to be going down between these teams here. You know, I mean, I'm excited to see how they shape up.
Yeah, as we alluded to, a lot of changes happened from season 8.5 to 9, and a lot of these teams, of course, are probably still trying to work it out a little bit, and of course, with some newer faces, probably some newer strategies we haven't seen.
Yeah, newer strategies, and the top 4 teams from this division will be going to playoffs. So definitely got a lot to play for here, and excited to see who can show their caliber. But speaking of caliber, we get to see the caliber of teams right now. It's Macquarie Onyx taking on Monash to kick off the day here. Cannot wait to see what display they put on as we take a look at our rosters.
Yeah, of course, for the side of Macquarie, it is Accelerate, Laptop, Trippy, Tool, Deluwu, and Squashy. For the side of Monash, Wosh, Pikachu, Joji, Dixon, 99, Rin Lashida, and Wild Matt. It's been a while since we've seen these two teams, these two rosters, and I'm excited, of course, as we said, you know, Ignite's wrapped up. A few of these guys probably taking a little bit of a back foot. You know, Joji spoke a little bit about taking a hiatus, but he's still playing a little bit, still getting the reps in. So yeah, cool to still see a little bit of competition between these two going into tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they all shape up. I think that they've definitely got that competitive flair still in them, you know, and let's see how it all goes down right now as we jump in to the bands, and it's looking very stock standard, very similar to how we saw things go in the mid-season finals, where we've got the Mantis bands doubling up in the beginning there. We are seeing the Protect over to Magneto. Gambit going to be banned as a follow-up there, so we'll see the follow-up on the Magneto Protect. I feel like we're honestly just going to see a full mirror in this first half of the ban zone, and like everything thereafter might change.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see that Mantis is now prio compared to where Gambit was just in that last season's patch, of course. A lot of strategists seem to be like where everybody defaults with that ban line, right? You save some strong characters like Magneto, who, with that Scarlet team up, has been absolute, like a threat in the front line, doing more damage than you expect for a Vanguard to do from that front side as well. Venom, also a pretty hard one to deal with. That Phoenix team up. Loki getting taken away here is also a good thing to note. That's going to stop a lot of synergies with a lot of other different characters. Of course, you can still get the team up, but it's not as effective. That would potentially shut down the likes of an Angela being too good at going into this first one on Hell 7.
Yeah, going to shut down some of that capability, some of that potential. Speaking of potential, our strategist potential has now been even further minimized. A huge focus from Monash on the strategist lineup, banning 4 out of the roster. All they have access to is what? Rocket, Adam, Invis, because they got the Protect there. Macquarie Onyx, yeah, they're going to have a tough time. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe they even get forced into a triple strategist composition here, Tony.
Yeah, it might be triple strategist comp. There's a lot still up, right? Ultron. I imagine a lot of teams go for Rocket. Of course, if Rocket's available, we've seen that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier would be pretty good. The BRB as well at resetting a fight if it doesn't really go your way. And, well, final ban. Going to be low-key. Lot of mirror picks and locks here for both sides, and we're curious to see what they bring out. Joji already going to be hovering the Black Cat, Matt. We've noticed that Black Cat, we thought it got hit a little bit going into season 9. I'm like, all right, Black Cat might not be as effective. 8.5 was kind of, season 8.5 was where Black Cat kind of really came to tyranny here, but it's fallen off a little bit, but it's come back in a big way. Dixon as well, floating that new staple that a lot of people have been rocking with, the Widow.
Yeah, the new and improved Widow has been quite a feat to behold, and it really has showcased some of the precise aim that has come out from some of our players here. But another thing coming out of the woodwork is the Storm. We did see a little whisper of Storm coming through in the past there, so definitely keen to see how things go with Storm coming into the mix now, Tony. But we're getting into the lock-in zone here. Very eager to find out who's going to be able to take this one to the stars and there beyond as we get prepared for battle once again. Only seconds remaining. Compositions looking relatively similar here outside of maybe your duelist lineup and some slight subtleties in your strategist lineup here. So let's see who can take this one to the end.
Storm pun. Very exciting one to watch. Of course, normally like a spawn break composition, if they're getting spawn held, we see a lot of teams go for pun, but Seems that Macquarie have been doing some cooking in the background, know what they want to bring to the table. Up the high ground position here. We're using that beacon from that rocket team up here, Punisher. A lot of bullets, not infinite ammo, some would say. There's a lot of shots coming out here. So we need to be a little bit careful though, can't poke too much. Monash are using those pillars to their advantage. Quite a low Magneto that needs to definitely play a little bit safer, but again, just going across the line, and that's first KO, both groups down.
Yeah, seems a lot of deforestation in the early stage there, Tone, but luckily for Sir Laptop, the Battle Recon Beacon was in full effect there, so Squashy will bring their teammate back from the depths. For now, though, it's all looking to take to the heights here. I like how Joji's playing around the trap as well, just taking control of the space there in case anyone overextends here, and that can really enable that KO potential. For now, though, they are just held at bay quite effectively by Macquarie Onyx, looking to make full use of the team-ups. But with the first going down, the dominoes start to fall.
Yeah, full use of the team-ups, as you expect. Pikachu with a gnarly amount of damage there, double from Joji. As Monash stranglehold on that choke. Now they can look to hold it aggressively here, because Macquarie, they're going to have to fight their way back into this point. Great fight there from Monash, again using that mag and Scarlet team up to a lot of damage across the board, and it's explosive damage you don't expect, as we can see the Apex Predator there from Joji going fishing for something. Now he's a little bit too far forward, might have to back up a little bit. Gives Macquarie space now to room to work with. Bubble there on towards the brute. Struggling to walk up a little bit here on Macquarie.
Ooh, and it looks like there's going to be even more struggles. The Strangling Prison keeping them in place there. Assassin's Focus, Dixon 99 primed up and ready for battle. Oh my days, it's a triple Tony, and they will be able to take this one as far as they need. Already getting close to the halfway point here. Tool is trying to form some resistance, you know, get some chip damage up top so they can get charged on their ult there, but they're going to need more than that if they want to contest. This could be maybe one or two more battles ahead.
Two more battles, and well, Monash could be capping the point here. Oh, for Macquarie, they've got a few ultimates to play with. Storm, Brute, and Mag as well, with the boundary from the Invis. Oh, well, Monash, they're going to go first. Fate of both worlds from Lashida. They'll walk it up. That's two from Dixon. Looking for a potential third, but Wild will pick it up. And Monash, just the ability to go first there shuts down any momentum that Macquarie might look for with those ultimates coming up. And now we go to almost 90%. Macquarie, I don't think they're going to portal. They're going to just have to try and walk it up again.
They're going to have to try and walk it up and see if they can chalk it up to confidence here. As Wosh now tries to cut them off from the healing. This is great. They will be able to enable the KO on a Trippy there, and no one going to be able to get anywhere near close to that first objective. So this locks it in for Monash on to the Super Soldier Factory there. We're going to move on to the Eldritch Monument now. I did like the back and forth of the momentum in the early stage there, but I feel like Monash, they were just feeling them out in the beginning.
Yeah, they were kind of sussing out the vibes, like, all right, what's Macquarie bring into the table? And it's a little bit of a spawn break that, you know, got them some early percentage, right? 30 on the board, and then they kind of fell over a little bit from there, kind of tripped on themselves. Monash, really liking this composition. It's a lot more, as we've seen from Season 9, Matt, a lot more poke-heavy with the Widow, with the Elsa in play. And for the likes of Macquarie, they'll be sticking with what they know. Oh, Storm Hun once again. Squashy. They'll be rocking the rocket, you know. Squashy, we've seen previously, pretty comfortable to play the Vanguard role as well. Squashy's just a very flexible guy. Matt plays what the team's needed, and for a team like Macquarie, that's always a boon to their board.
Yeah, I was expecting Squashy to be on the Vanguard, but no. They're a master of all trades, it would seem, you know, the Swiss Army knife of the team, if you will. And very eager to see what else they'll be flexing into. You know, maybe they'll be the best duelist we've ever seen. Who knows? But for now, Missionary are going to unlock in a second, and Glartrock's going to unlock as well. Joji locked and loaded, double KO, looking for more. The flow will be stopped by Accelerate, but that's going to be the fate of one sealed as Dixon claws their way in with the Assassin's Focus as well.
Some quick KOs, Joji. Always ever reliable there. Then Apex Predator and Monash. Again, once they win that first fight, they've got that early momentum. You can see that even Wosh, I was going to say, we spoke about Joji taking a little bit of a pseudo break after the first stage of Ignite, and Wosh as well. We were like, all right, he's probably going to keep it calm, kick back a little bit, but he's still got it here, taking that space up with the group, finding that first KO, forcing out the BRB. Hurricane going to come out as well with the final judgment, but nothing's really landing except the Hurricane. Accelerate able to get on towards the backline and do a ton of chip damage to these Vanguards, who are walking ducks here for Accelerate to clean up there, but it's going to be squashy. And it's going to be Monash losing the point here. Once Macquarie get onto it, they just have to round out these last few KOs. Well, Monash, they'll lose it at 50. Good fight there from Macquarie, but having to burn a lot of ultimates, Matt.
Yeah, they had to burn through quite a bit of their utility there. Luckily, it's all at a stalemate for the moment, but Monash do have the early advantage here in the sense they're closer to the fate of both worlds. They're Glutrox as well as the Assassin's Focus. So if they wanted to go next and go first into a fight, they can certainly do that. But for now, it's going to be a battle in the neutral. Accelerator going to be the first victim there, and now followed up. Monash starting to culminate their efforts, getting KO for KO, forcing the retreat from Macquarie here. They're trying their best to form resistance, but it's just not enough. Monash will maintain control.
And Monash just, again, just stealing back control. Macquarie, it's a good early fight. It's a good early switch up here. And then it's about how they can hold from there, and it just seems to crumble here against Monash. And again, just to the credit of the Poke Pomp as the Apex Predator comes out from Joji, going to be kiting them in towards the backline, and bang, it's a double again from Joji. He's played this one super well, and Monash, for the moment, go up to 80. And this fight gets a little bit more staggered out again. Macquarie just can't seem to find their footing. Shots coming out from the new and improved Widow. Matt, double from Dixon, and another from Joji to follow suit. Monash just all over this.
Oh, and it looks like a portal is going to ensue as well. Macquarie desperately trying to fight ahead of this one. A dance floor coming out as well as the Strangle in prison there. And they will find a success. Monash will bless the timeline, take control of the objective and the map with great confidence. They do take it away with flying colors. So GG, well played to Monash into that first one.
Yeah, that was a really good game out of Monash, and yeah, MVP to Wosh, absolutely deserved, right? He just was so untouchable in that front line. Normally when you're playing Groot, especially against a Punisher, mate, you kind of fall over a ton of the time, right? That Punisher just shreds the walls, shreds everything that Groot's trying to do, but Groot, for Wosh, not too bad. A ton of damage blocked there, a ton of final hits, and as well, a credit to the strategist for keeping Wosh up. Just so many times he was able to stand in that front line, didn't even have to do a whole lot. No walls, no necessarily crazy plays from Wosh, just being a stable threat that Macquarie couldn't really answer.
Yeah, just a unshakable wall there, and maybe they'll get another chance heading in to the second map, but certainly is showing fierce confidence coming through from Monash in the beginning there. So very eager to see if they can carry that through into the second map as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a complete walkover on the Macquarie team there. I think that there was still some moments of brilliance that came through from them when they managed to take control of the objectives themselves. So I have hope for them heading into this second one, which is going to be your favorite map, Tony, Museum of Contemplation.
Absolutely, Asia's favorite, Matt. It's not just OS, it's not just not just us here at AEL, but of course it's Asia Pacific's favorite. We love this map in Asia and OS, and it feels fitting. Like it's a really good map, especially for the two comps we saw from both of these teams. I imagine we're going to be seeing more Groot if it gets let through here on Museum. There's a lot more, I guess, flexibility in the sightlines here. It allows a lot heavier into the poke comp that we saw out of Monash. So I imagine for Monash, they're probably going to try and go for the same comp here.
Yeah, I'd imagine much the same. You know, if it works, why change it? I mean, Joji showed so much confidence, being able to play flexibly there and just do whatever they needed to, really. But in terms of the compositions, we're probably going to see a similar band liner coming through on both sides. You know, Mantis just default it's going to be gate kept to the end of time unless a team's fallen asleep at the job there, but I would doubt that would happen, especially at this level of competition. But Magneto going to be the first protect there, so probably going to see, yeah, it's Demera Force, Tony. We're going the same direction. It's deja vu.
A little magic cylinder, you ban Mantis, we'll ban Mantis. You ban Gambit, we'll ban Gambit. Mag getting let through, though, is an interesting one for both sides, right? Because we saw what Pikachu can do with that one. A champion Lord Magneto in his own regard, and again with that Scarlet team up, it's just so oppressive there. Just the blade dealing so much damage that you don't expect. Mag, last season, before we had all these team up changes, was a little bit weak. A lot of people kind of fell out of favor playing Mag. It was a lot more dive heavy, it was a lot more control heavy, and Mag didn't really suit a lot of these players' mold. But it's interesting as well, looking at Mags being let through, Gambit's getting taken away. We see a thing ban here from the side of Macquarie.
Yeah, thing going to be coming through there. Definitely a strong one in the Vanguard lineup right now. We've seen a lot of confidence, being able to play into your team-ups there, have the overshield basically on lockdown. If you just keep locking in those haymakers, you're going to have basically unlimited shielding and health. So very keen and curious how things go, but for the moment, we are just going to be holding on to the draft for a second. Oh, we're going to be back. We're so back. Yeah, just a little shaking, but we're not stirred. We get the Loki Protect there, and it's going to be single-sided for Monash as well. So I think that this is really dangerous heading into a map like Museum and taking away that Adam Warlock. Like, that just minimizes that resurrection potential.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a res comp that we're seeing.
Ooh, target ban.
Ooh, yeah, it's a little bit of a target ban there coming through. Elsa going to be taken away. So Macquarie changing up their ban structure a little bit here going into Museum, but I don't imagine that's going to shake Monash all too much, right? Wosh can play a lot of things. Joji can play a lot of things. The flexibility from some of these Monash players is very effective here. And well, for Macquarie, they're going to have to text their flexibility a little bit, going for traditional poke comp that we saw out of Monash from that last one. Going to be on the Elsa Widow, the group mag team up combo. We'll see what Squashy opts to bring out here. Could be Rocket, or could be something else. But, well, for Monash, I like this. Venom and Black Cat, Matt. It just feels like, as you can see, both of them, JFT in their name, feels stage 1 reminiscent.
Yeah, we're back. We're so back. Hope they reunite again in that front, but I don't think it's meant to be. Well,
Yeah.
In Wosh's own words, unless they make Cap great again, he ain't coming back. But at least they get to play together on this front. Always great to see these players giving it their all in every form of competition.
Yeah, no, it's cool to see him still kind of kicking around, right? Normally, when a player's like, okay, well, like I'm not really liking how it's going, how the season is. You normally just see players kind of fully take a break and just kind of disappear. But it's cool to see Wosh kind of still floating around. Maybe this season with all the team ups, right? 100+ team ups has revitalized a little bit of a passion here. And Cap might be a little bit weak at the moment, but we can hope, once teams slowly start to work it out, because Matt, we had mid-season finals, and teams were still kind of working it out at mid-season finals, right? There was a lot of strong picks that were heavily contested back and forth in mid-season finals. And I imagine, going into, is it next week, 9.5? We might see some crazy
This Friday.
things. Yeah, this Friday. We
The
might
Hood
see
is
some
coming.
crazy stuff.
This
Yeah, the
Friday.
Hood Hood should be good. I'm excited for the Hood.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what role the Hood actually plays into. There's rumors around the mill there that it could be Vanguard, but you never know, right? You never know what role a hero is going to be until the trailer, so looking forward to that. But looking forward to get back into this game as well right now. As we hit the unpause, we're ready to go straight into the museum here, and curious what's going to be in the exhibits.
Yeah, curious to see what's going to happen here. For Macquarie, though, that final pick I was alluding to, Squashy going to be on the Luna. Haven't seen Squashy on the Luna in quite a bit. Normally, if Squashy's on the Strategist, it's kind of a lot more stock standard. Rocket, we've seen him on Cloak. occasionally. Cloak's a very interesting spot this season, right, Matt? Very good at dodging a lot of high-impact ultimates like Mag Meteors and such with that Luna team-up that can give you that invulnerable state that you can avoid those KOs from. Accelerate, though, already finding that quick onto Pikachu. Though you can see Whoosh, Joji, backline dive is good, but Joji's going to get shut out immediately. Great shot from Accelerate.
Yeah, really solid focus coming through there. They're going to need that if they want to hold them off, you know. They need to shut down their high-impact players sooner rather than later. They basically need to imprison them. With Root there, maybe they can succeed, you know. Strangling Prison's available. We'll see what they come up with here. But Joji onto the Black Cat is going to be a bit of a problem. You know, if they don't have things to nullify the movement, they're going to be facing more problems than they know what to deal with. Luckily, they can rely on the Elsa Trap and a lot of other things. But for now, they're not going to be able to rely on much because Joji is running the show and running the server with their team right now, forcing Macquarie all the way back home.
Yeah, forcing them back to their home spawn region, and it's a good push for Monash. Of course, going to be uncontested for a little bit too. Macquarie going to have to try and fight their way out the right side door. They can't really go out the left because Monash have that one marked. Well, going to be put into a little bit of state of panic for a second. Just needs to keep his teammates up. Good comms though from Monash. As they find another pick, they slowly stagger these ones back, and they're forcing Macquarie to give up this space. Just look how far they're forced to walk back. And Whoosh, this is where he can take his chance to pounce there with Joji. And that's a triple KO setup from them, double from the Venom. And Monash just continue to send them packing here, Matt.
Yeah, send them all the way home there. So they're certainly adaptable as can be and giving it their absolute best. Macquarie Onyx, not sure how to overcome this one. I mean, they're really getting close to a couple of ults to their favor, so might be able to turn it around. And speaking of, calling card going to be coming out right now. So, Joji ready to try and wipe things up here. Dance Floor going to be forced out from Squashy to try and sustain their team through this one. See, they can push their way forward and contest onto the mission vehicle, but so far they're still just going to be stuck in a room there. We'll be able to get the Glatrox out to enable a KO on a Pikachu, but now they're forced into a further corner. Dixon does get punished though, so this is going to be a great adaptability being displayed here from Macquarie. They will commit a few different pieces, but they don't oversell it.
Yeah, they don't overcommit. Tool over to the Widow, and you like to see it, right, Matt? Widow's a pretty good pick at the moment, especially in the poke comp, as we said. And, well, he just gets so many shots down range. Accelerate, too. Getting shots down range. Of course, has that extra trap with the Dino team up. So, luxury of feeling safe in where they decide to position Accelerate as well. Very smart player in his positioning. No, has to deal with Whoosh. Gonna be the higher ground. He once again just kind of poking around. At least for the side of Macquarie, they do have that corner to play with. They do have control of the bus for the moment. Monash, though, they do have a few ultimates to play with. So Macquarie, they're going to have to take this next fight very careful. Joji already going for it. Double, not even needing the calling card to come out. It's Joji for a triple. Continue on through here to maybe find Accelerate, but the trap is good. Double back from Accelerate. Now it's Accelerate versus the world as Monash continue to push this battle bus forward.
Yeah, going to be taking it all the way to the top here, Tony, and very eager to see just how much further they can go as they're on towards the final stretch here. And Accelerate going to be able to stretch their confidence. Really impressed with how they've been able to stop them. Obviously, it's going to be a few moments of difficulties here, you know. But at least now the Batsmobile has transformed into Doctor Strange there. So let's see if Macquarie can contest, because this is one of the more difficult parts of the map to not just hold on to as the attacking side, but to contest in the defense, because you have to stay within that range of motion. But speaking of motion, it's going to be an ocean of whoosh there with a Feast of the Abyss coming in for the double, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, symbiote shenanigans going on from Whoosh with that Feast of the Abyss, just getting everybody antsy. They can't really contest either. So Pikachu gonna have the freedom to walk it up with the Meteor, looking for the slam dunk, and he will find it. Squashy taken down, and Whoosh continuing to be an absolute pest with this Venom, feeling good with that Phoenix team up. Damage is aplenty for Monash. They'll continue to push here, Matt. Macquarie on their last hurdle here. As you said, it's hard to push, but it's also hard to hold. Macquarie do have the closest spawns to get out hold, but they're going to have to use a few ultimates to lock it down.
They're going to have to use everything they can here with the Assassin's focus at the ready. Let's see if they can cut off a Joji here. Strangling Prison coming out as well. Lock him in place, clear the space. It's a double KO. That will force the reset. Now, advantage going to be to Macquarie Onyx here, honestly. They've got the Apex Predator at the ready, got the Boundary as well. Monash just going to have to take a bit of time to cook here. You know, they're close to having the Seer as well as the Feast of the Abyss, so they can use those in response. If they can get some KOs in the neutral, though, especially onto Delulu, that would enable them to have the capabilities to take control of the fight without having to commit anything, even if they have no ults.
No ultimates necessary. Monash, though. 2 minutes left. As we alluded, hard to push here if that Mobile goes back up the cliff. Of course, it's now to the Doctor Strange mission vehicle. And it's a little interesting, right? Because when we saw Museum come out, everyone's like, this feels weird to push. This feels weird to play on top of. But teams have worked it out. You have to play directly on top of the mission vehicle to get it going. Accelerate. What a shot there. Catching Joji in air. Finds another under Wild just out of nowhere throwing haymakers.
Yeah, they're throwing them to the stars, Tony. And very keen to see just how far it is going to go here. They take it slow and steady onto this one. Feast of the Abyss now available and more to follow. So another chaotic battle yet to ensue here. Accelerate. But him waiting with the Glass Rocks and not looking to slate themselves towards using it yet, but may get forced to see. Are going to be popped out there. Boundary trying to give them some coverage, keep them healed through. Meteor being popped as well. Pikachu looking for it, succeeds. Now we'll be able to push straight past Macquarie here. Squashy so close towards the fate of both worlds, but it doesn't matter. Monash walking over them right now and Accelerate hiding in place. Could this be a Glass Rock setup at the ready?
Yeah, this is definitely Glassrock's angle, right? Accelerate. He's going to get caught. Joji's won the wiser. Dixon, a good follow-up here. He's got a sniper scope coming out from Tool, trying to find some shots down. Nobody's really getting anything going here from Macquarie. That Fate of both worlds at least able to stabilize for the moment. We're going to be seeing Fate copied, calling card popped, and Feast of the Abyss. And down goes your backline to Joji and Wosh. Again, another calling card to dash on top, and Dixon and Monash secure the full 3 with about 12 seconds to spare. Matt, it was a close one, but at least Monash got it to the full 3.
Yeah, they managed to take it all the way in the end, so going to be hard work paying off towards that one. Unfortunate for Macquarie, you know, they didn't get to stop them, but I do have to admire their tenacity in the fact that they had to hold that for, what, 3-4 minutes?
Yeah.
That's impressive in of itself, you know, especially at that final stretch. So, got to give them a pat on the back for that one. Curious to see if they're going to be able to replicate that same kind of momentum or even exceed it onto their own attacking phase now, as they approach it at a different angle. They've got Tool on the Bucky there, still using Accelerate on the Elsa for now. Curious if they'll change it up, but otherwise, it's, yeah, pretty similar all across the board here. So, you're going to see which recipe is going to be the recipe for success or the recipe for disaster, as we will be moving our way into this next round in just a moment.
It's interesting, Macquarie, they banned Thing, but they've got Thing available, so they might look to go for it. And it's really good counter to what Monash are playing right now. Of course, that Venom and Black Cat combo is going to be less effective if the Thing's just kind of playing for that anti-dive, and you're going to expect it here. As soon as Joji sees that that's a reality, probably will swap off. But for the moment, none the wiser to what's happening. Trap thrown out by Accelerate as he's the one taking up the space. Vanguard's not really necessary. Getting angles here. Accelerate. Able to wield that gun pretty effectively. Wosh going on in. And Tool as well playing that anti-dive. The Bucky's come to play too. A KO secured on a Joji. BRB brings them back, and Monash have a ton of great spacing around this corner. That BRB down, though, could help Macquarie try and find a fight of their own.
Yeah, it could help them do exactly what they hoped for here. So, to be able to gear on up and steer their way in as Whoosh now gets shut down. That's a great start. Shutting down one of the diving vanguards means you can certainly clear some space and not have to worry about a Venom is trying to take control of your strategist there. But speaking of, they now take control of Joji, trying to do the exact same thing. So from one diver comes another, but now they won't get smothered, at least for the next few seconds.
Going to be able to breathe a little bit. Sigh of relief, accelerate, finds that shot into Pikachu, another onto Rin Loshida. Yubby brings Pikachu back, and Woshi's just floating in the background. This is the power of a slippery Venom. He's able to get away. Strategist can't get him up in time, though. Wosh will fall finally. It's a lot of momentum now lost from Monash here. This is what Monash did to Macquarie just before. A change of script here. Joji still floating in the insert. Let's look for a poke angle on towards the strategist. Cool though. Gonna help the strategist out in the back line. Hard to walk up on the dive if your dive is getting countered. There'll be final judgment coming out here. Judge, the jury, the executioner from Dixon. Fate of both worlds counts it perfectly here, man.
Yeah, they're going to be able to sustain and through exactly the response that Macquarie needed, and now they're looking to turn the tides on them. Great response from Joji, though, shutting down Accelerate there, but it's only a temporary reprieve there, a band-aid, if you will. They will still be taking control of this one, slowly but steadily getting the stagger through on to Monash there, and now get it past that checkpoint. So, over 4 minutes to try and see if they can bridge the gap to the next one. I'm really liking the change-up from Macquarie onto this one.
Yeah, this is kind of them playing their own version of the poke comp, but a little bit more less towards the poke and a little bit more towards the anti-dive. And you can see that Monash are actually having to respect and match that. Joji are going to be over towards the Bucky himself. And Apex Predator there from Accelerate to pull a vulnerable member. Dixon pulled out of position. Brought back by the BRB. The Amplifier was forced out by Wild. Monash just using a lot of ultimates they probably didn't need. Great hook from Cool there. Goes in towards the ultimate, and there's going to be as well clobbering zone coming out from Sir Laptop, but nothing really being found here. It's Monash copying the Amplifier from Rin Loshida. They've got a fight willing to take here. They do have their Bucky ult, but Joji goes down, and so does Pikachu. Macquarie still fighting it out here in the duel of wits.
Ooh, and it's going to be an adjustment from Whoosh there. Strangling Prison Quad KO coming from downtown. Make it a penta, baby. They go all the way with a tourney. That's one way to dismantle a team.
What a play, Whoosh. Just when Monash need it most, he pulls a hat trick out in the perfect plate. That's why you can never discount a guy who's taken a break, but still got motion like that. And now Macquarie, they're looking for their motion. 2 minutes 45 on the clock to still get this one going. But now Joji's hit a flow state. Bucky used to be what we know Joji for. Of course, he's been changing it up a little bit in the picks, and always good to see him back and all reliable. So Laptop from the top rope with the thing. On a little fist here, but Joji's down. No BRB to bring him back. Great trade from Pikachu, so even 1-to-1. Ansi quite there. Dixon going to take out Accelerate, so leading minutes off of the clock here for Monash.
Yeah, slowly but certainly they are managing to tie down the clock here. So I'm liking the stand that they've made right on the edge of the choke point here. Curious to see how long they can hold on to this, as they are cultivating many ultimates right now, and they can definitely bleed more time through from there. But to start off, Squashy going to be able to find the invis. A good beginning. They still need to follow up with more, as Monash are bleeding right now, and their mortality is being felt. Living Bullet locking it in for 3 for Accelerate. They push it over the line and should be able to prime up. Will they be able to respond in time, Monash, though? Do they think about something further? It looks like there's no portal in time, Tony, so they are just going to concede this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to give that one up. Battle. The Batsmobile now going to be converted. And for Macquarie, they get an extra minute to play with here. 2 minutes 40 once again on the clock, and it's good to see that change up. And again, I have to give credit to Accelerate, finding those angles that not a lot of duelist players are normally good at finding it. It's very hard against a very skilled team like Monash to find those angles, so Accelerate just knowing how to to position well with that Elsa, getting so much value out of the traps as well. Now we're going to be seeing final judgment immediately. Meteor ripped, Trippy slams it down. We'll see Bucky ultimate from Tool, but no reset. It's shut down. We're going to be seeing Strangling Prison answered back. Monash still have a few ultimates to play with. They are going to be cutting the fight out. Clobbering zone avoided by Joji, who pops the ult. Looks for Squashy. He'll find the reset now. He's looking for more, Matt.
Looking over the top and doing exactly what they came here to do. But see how they can follow this up. And now as Tool is forced to backpedal here. Dixon and Joji completely running the show on this one. 1:40 to go now. Could be one or two more fights out of this, and no one is really close to an ult outside of Accelerate here. If they can use that to clear some space, that'd be fantastic, but whether they even have the opportunity to do that is going to be put into question here, Tone.
Definitely going to be put into question. Going to have to break the group walk, allowing Rush to get that bonus HP. And a great hook. Pulled immediately into the back line, and Macquarie looking to pounce, but Wosh is able to look it out there. Beautiful kiting from Wosh. Unfortunately there for Macquarie, that was a good pick to find if they could have secured it. Elster, though, going up high. Accelerate. Once again, we'll bang one out in the Wosh. The traps are flying as well towards more vulnerable members. Monash now slowly getting tipped out here by just Accelerate, pushing them further and further back.
Yeah, further and further beyond here. They need to do something to clear that distance back. Otherwise, going to be in hot water here. Slowly they creep up, but they know they have to exercise caution, especially with such a little time available and such little opportunity. But it's going to be Glatrox. Special delivery straight off the map. They've caught Rinlashida. They've caught Weil. Both strategists are down. This is a perfect outcome for Macquarie here. If they can just get the KOs at this point, they might just be able to contest it. Joji doing what they can to get back on track. It's not happening. We're going armed and dangerous. We're going again and again, Tony. And they will be able to tie it up. 3-4-3.
Yeah, Macquarie are gonna get it. 3 to their board, and both teams now only a minute for Macquarie, because they only capped it with 7 seconds left, so they don't get an extra time buffer. They don't get that little bit of extra time. Both teams get a minute, realistically. And for Monash, right, it's an extra like 5 seconds or something, but you know, that extra 5 seconds could be what pushes them across the line. We're going to be seeing maybe a potential change up there. Dixon was thinking about the Hella for a little bit because they're looking to play that range. And, well, Bucky and Pun pretty good at playing that range. Macquarie going to be sticking with what got them across the line. And it's a anti-dive poke comp here. And, well, for Monash, of course, no longer on the dive. So, Macquarie, if they want to change things up, they can. Minute to play with for both sides, though. Matt, very contentious museum, as we expected to see as soon as we saw the pick.
Get ready.
Yeah, museum is certainly the map to contemplate how long it's going to take and how far both teams can go. You know, if there's a map for OTs, this one could be it or couldn't be it. You know, it's either you get stopped at the very beginning or you go all the damn way, baby. And this time we are going to be going to OT. Keen to see if anyone can get the full hold through in the beginning section again here, or whether we go the full distance and we see something like 6 for 6.
Yeah, it could be. Double OT. Potential. I don't know if Accelerate has anything to say about it. Very aggressive with the trap placement, and that's really what's helping Macquarie out in some of these engagements. Accelerate just locking a member up from Monash that they're not even expecting, because the trap's so hard to counter if it's getting tossed directly at you. It doesn't have to be set up in a specific position, but Monash, the first fight will go their way. They win it out in the neutral here with the Magneto blade just pushing out so much punishment. Koji as well finding some shots. And that's now 30 seconds drained to the clock. 25 left here for Macquarie to try and get up and touch once again on towards that Batsmobile.
Yeah, looking to ride it the whole way home, and just like Wosh is trying to get the heck out of there. I thought they might be in trouble. Well, looks like they are in deep trouble. Everybody's falling down here. One goes down and the rest are soon to follow. Macquarie taking full advantage of the situation here. It's a good reaction from Monash as well, though. Just trying to fall back, regroup, see if they can give more to this. But See if they will be able to go for the recontest here, as everyone's getting pretty close to their ult charge right now, Tony. I'm sensing a fight really stirring up.
Yeah, nobody with their ultimates yet having to play it out in the neutral. We're going to go from the left-hand side, the right side if you're Monash's POV. And it is going to be boundary popped immediately as soon as it comes up. Boundary popped in response, so both teams pretty healthy on top of their own respective boundaries. He's going to be the Apex Predator coming out. Accelerate coming over the top. He will be able to slam them into the corner, but Woj says no. This is our fight to win. Monash do have the fate of both worlds. We'll see the Bucky ultimate in return. KO for the reset, looking for the Luna. Rinlashida just trying to clap their way. The ice arts are good, and Monash now have to be scared of this Meteor. Big dunk coming back. Wild's found, and it is going to be Choji though, trading it back. No, it's still going to Macquarie. The fight stalled out for so long. Rinlashida can't keep Joji up. It will go to OT, and it will be a cap. It will be 4 for Macquarie, and they've got the OT timer ticking.
Yeah, they get it past the first hurdle there on the first checkpoint, and might even take it further. A grand stagger, putting a dagger towards Dixon 99 there. So, good start, buy a bit more time, get towards that next choke point, onto the corner, accelerate. We're going to play the off angle as well. Like, this is great to enable them that further poke forward, because it shifts the lanes that they have to focus on here. You know, they have to worry about accelerate as well as the front line coming out from Macquarie.
Front line from Macquarie, what to deal with, and the pull comes in. Final Judgment strangling Prison. The invulnerable bubble there from Woj with the team up, and it's going to be 2 from Dixon, just shooting with all of the freedom to shoot at whoever he pleases. These KOs being picked up, and Joji will secure them. Monash will allow Macquarie only 4 with 77 meters, Matt. Well, this is a lot to ask of Monash now. Of course, Macquarie found that victory fight to get them to 4. And now it's about Monash. Can they find that same fight?
Yeah, can they find that fight? Will they be able to release the absolute power heading into this one? Oh, Monash are getting serious. Or not, or not. Oh, maybe.
Ooh.
Dixon's teasing us. We got Joji potentially bringing out the Bucky here as well. You know that they're here to play, and they are looking to take it all the way when they bring out some of our, well, their staple heroes, if you will. So, see if they can unleash the beast onto their own attacking phase here, Tony, as Macquarie prepare themselves for battle.
Macquarie arming themselves with everything at their disposal. And for both teams, almost a mirror composition, right? Just all we're missing is the Punisher on the side of Macquarie. Monash seems to be a good hold, right? Just when I thought they were losing momentum, just when I thought Macquarie was like, okay, we've got the 4, we've got that confidence to go for more, but Monash, they really were able to shut it down. Dixon to the Howler, one of his staples in his hero pool here. As we see now, minute 5, Monash to push the 4 halfway as well. So you're gonna have to go a little bit of a distance here after the cap to get it going. But Dixon, KO secured there.
Yeah, good start, and followed up by Joji as well. So Trippy down, and more to follow. Slowly but surely, they are managing to get exactly what they wanted. Squashy at least finds their fellow Luna, but that's all they're going to find. Looks like we are seeing a portal angle come through now, though, from Sir Laptop. So they desperately want to contest over the mission vehicle. Do not want to afford anything further here. And it's interesting to see them cut off the line of sight.
Now it's front to back here. Now it's Monash playing in Macquarie's territory. Macquarie in Monash's territory. Accelerate, finding Rinlashida. Another one from Trippy there onto Pikachu. It's Predator not quite charged up yet. Accelerate to half, now 60%, but still finding shots. The double comes out from Accelerate, and Wosh will drop, and now all of a sudden OT timer probably not going to help Monash. They don't get on towards the point. Portal's going to come in desperation, but it's Macquarie taking home Museum of Contemplation, and we'll go to a third map.
Oh my days. The last second adaptability coming out there, Tony, is a sight to behold. I can't believe it. And you know what? I love to see it. Competitive rivals We came here exactly for that, and these two teams are delivering on all cylinders. Accelerate going to be taking away the MVP this time around, so very keen to see if that'll stay the case or if that'll change heading into the next map. As 30 finals, that's a statement, Tony.
Yeah, that is quite a statement. Accelerate, putting Macquarie on his back. I say putting the team on the back. Tool got 50 eliminations as well. He got 18 finals. For the other side as well, Monash, it was Dixon, it was Joji finding those finals as well. A very even museum compared to the last one in Hell's Heaven, where it was very dominant from Monash. They just had that poke comp that Macquarie struggled to answer. But I like this adaptation here from Macquarie. They realize that Elsa's still really good, and Accelerate is still really good at Elsa. So why not bring it to play? Tool as well with the Bucky for the assist. The anti-dive composition from Macquarie. And, of course, Monash just couldn't play into their strength, which is Woosh and Joji go find those KOs with the dive.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job, haven't they? You know, being able to try and enable their team, finding the KOs in the back line there, but still more work to be done, as it would seem, and very eager to see the changes coming through into our next map as well. You saw that Macquarie tried to kind of focus ban around Joji, at least towards the end of the draft in that last one, where they banned out the Elsa. I think it did help to an extent, but considering the other heroes we did see used in the meanwhile, it does show, like, even if you ban one duelist out of someone's pool, there's always other options. It doesn't matter what you try and take away from them, they're going to have something else.
Yeah, it's good to be flexible, and you know, looking at a lot of the players in this server, right? We spoke about Squashy's flexibility. He can play Vanguards, he can play Strategists. I don't think he's much of a duelist player. I haven't seen him play all too much duelist recently, but yeah, Accelerate, one of those guys as well that can always bring out a very strong pick, whether it is dive is what he's known for, right? You know, he's Daredevils, Black Cat as well, that I've bared witness to. Pretty worrisome to go against if you see that one from Accelerate. But yeah, on the other side as well, Monash, pretty flexible. And it's interesting, Matt, that it all kind of came down to one play that we didn't see from Monash, which is the portal. Macquarie opted to portal back, and they took a really good high angle there on the Batsmobile and kind of split the fight in two. They put Monash's focus towards Macquarie's side of the map, and then Macquarie could kind of just sit on it because Monash have to walk to them. They don't have to do anything there. They've gotten out of the portal. They've gotten back onto the mission area. And for Monash, yeah, where was the portal there in OT?
Yeah, where was the portal? Like, I was surprised not to see any portal play even into the initial phase of play, right? You know, when we saw both teams go 3 for 3, I was surprised no one was kind of going for any kind of contest there. But yeah, I'm glad to see that Macquarie kind of hit that realization later on into the piece. You know, I think that at least there was that to look forward to. But yeah, I'm curious if now this is kind of activated, I guess, the thinking in that nature coming forward. But looks like we do have word on what our final map of the series will be. It is going to be Hall of Jalia Convergence coming up very soon.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Wakanda, of course, always a fun one to see. You know, all of the Wakanda maps are pretty cool to see. But yeah, Convergence.
I like Warrior Falls.
Warrior Falls is fun.
Bernard T'Challa.
Yeah, Bernard T'Challa, Warrior Falls, just iconic. Sometimes I don't even like capture the mission area, man. I'm just staring off into the beautiful scenery next to the waterfall. And well, for both these teams, Convergence is going to be an interesting one because we saw very solid domination out of Monash, and then, you know, back and forth there on Convoy. So Convergence, best of both worlds. And do we see a dominant Monash, or do we see a little bit more back and forth that we saw from that last one?
Yeah, it's a wonder whether they do kind of just shake off the, you know, the jitters from that last map there and just send it all the way home, or whether maybe they're feeling a bit shaken, you know, caught off guard by what they're being approached with here. So I'm curious how Monash will approach this one because, yeah, by all accounts, you know, if the first map was anything to go by, you would have thought they would have been able to take it with full confidence there. But Macquarie exceeding expectations on that second map, really staking a claim to this series. And I got to give them props, you know, to their confidence. I love the adaptability that's been put on display there, and I can't wait to see what else is going to be coming through. You know, speaking of surprises, maybe we see the map KO someone. You know, these Wakanda maps, they got those special effects there. Even in one of my ranked games the other day, I saw 2 players get meteored by the map, and yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that meteor does damage. I've actually just like...
Yeah,
not
it
been
can
paying
get someone.
attention, and you're just like holding the point. I'm like, you know, I'm sitting in the back line. I'm a strategist. I'm just throwing heals out to my team, and then like all of a sudden I'm half HP, and I was like, what? How does this happen? Am I getting poked by like an Iron Man from like all the way around the back? No, it's yeah, the meteors from the environment that do a lot of damage. So have to be cautious. But yeah, going into the ban draft once again, not probably gonna see anything crazy. It was interesting to see that Macquarie opted for that thing ban last map there. It kind of really came to their success, right? They had thing. Monash couldn't answer thing really reliably. So, of course, eyes out on that thing ban to maybe come through potentially from the side of Monash if they think it's ban-worthy. Of course, there's a lot of ban-worthy characters, a lot of ban-worthy strategists that are up at the moment. And, of course, we're just seeing Mirror, Gambits, Mantis lock both mag.
Yeah, gonna be locked and loaded here. Looks like the mirror's going deeper than we thought, Tony. It's
Yeah,
gonna be a double Elsa ban. I think this is map specific. You know, they don't want to deal with the long distance Galatroxes, considering how much open space you have on Hall of Jalia. Completely understandable. It wouldn't surprise me if something like a Venom ban might even come through. Obviously, there is the opportunity to put focus towards the strategists again, but yeah, I'm curious how this is finalized.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both teams opting for potential Loki save here up for Monash. If they just opt to match it one side, Luna is good. I like that, actually. That gives a little bit more to the poke comp that Monash were running on Hell's Heaven. And, well, one-sided Loki, Macquarie. So you trade one for the other, right? Luna for Loki. And see what they can do with it here. And, of course, for the likes of Macquarie, they don't have the Luna up, so what does Squashy opt for? Probably just going back to the Rocket, realistically.
It wouldn't surprise me, because we've seen Squashy opt for the Rocket before. Like, they played a bit of Luna earlier as well, as you saw. And they were feeling good on that Luna, you know? It seems like maybe Squashy's the hidden strategist goat, if you will. But, you know, Squashy's been known to play a really good Jeff in the past, so if Jeff was in season, let's say, it wouldn't surprise me if that came out too. Obviously, a much more rare sight these days. You know, there's a case for it, but not as often as it used to be. Maybe a similar situation to like Storm right now. You know, that there's only like small use cases. But now we are going to be seeing the Squashy Loki coming at you live, and Pikachu bringing out the Angela. Ooh. Okay, welcome into the Valkyrie.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because we expect to see it with the Loki, because the Loki team up pretty effective. But well, Macquarie, and I'm gonna be rocking with the Ange, and neither are Monash. Nobody's Ange. That was just a false hope, Matt. But we're gonna be seeing Dixon back hell up, Joji on towards the Bucky once again. Both teams running very similar compositions, a little bit more long-range poke here for Monash. Whereas Macquarie got a little bit more of a closer range engagement, especially with the Bucky. Now I'm going to find that first KO on towards the Luna, so Wild already going to be sent back to the spawn here. That's going to delay Monash's walk up just a little bit. Tool finding another. This is just continuing to delay and take time away.
Yeah, delay, and ready to play. So it's going to be good to just hold through for the moment. Monash need to work out a solution as to how they break through this. You know, is Hella the call here? Do they opt to change up to something else? Or are they going to have huge reliability on Joji to get the bionic hook there, play around the Thornlash walls to try and isolate picks? There's a lot to consider. Speaking of, they consider the KOs. Now lighting up the feed for Macquarie right now. Double down and more to follow. They are forcing them back to their spawn point, but it's a good response from Dixon in the backline. Doubling down. This might be the opening they were searching for.
Yeah, I like this from Dixon. Finding angles there, playing this hella like you would at Elsa. As Elsa not being for this one. Trippy holding them away for the moment, not really able to walk out this door for the moment. Great damage is traded boundary for boundary. So Laptop going vulnerable there. 20 seconds on that team up is seeing why Groot is pretty effective pick right now. We're looking for resets. Joji finds one, finds another, double slam down, triple from Joji, looking for his quad. You won't find it. It's taken away by Dixon, but still look good. It looks flashy, and it's always from Joji. As, well, he'll go again, just to flex a little bit, and the point cap by Monash.
Yeah, fantastic way to break her through there. You know, that first point of contention always going to be a difficult obstacle to try and overcome, a challenge, if you will. But this time they have managed to make it work and do have over 4 minutes to work with now. Macquarie have plenty to try and stop them in their tracks early, though. And they have managed to shut down Dixon 99, so they might not even need to commit many or any ults. They do have the Assassin's Focus up, so trying their best to burst forward. But I love the adaptability from Monash towards this. They just fall back out of line of sight, similar to what you would do from a Final Judgment there, and then they can look to lock back in. But as a result, they're all locked in place. The space cleared. It's Strangling Prison. It's time to go armed and dangerous. They're looking to go for the Penta here. Not going to be able to lock it down. It's all good for the quad there, but I almost feel like they overcooked with that ult, Tony.
Yeah, definitely overcooked, but I love to see it, right? Oh, what a pull, too! Oh my god! This guy's a menace! Calling Joji 2.0, this guy's moving different with the Bucky. And for Macquarie, stalling time again off of Monash's clock, forcing out the regeneration moves there. Monash, how do they walk here? How do they answer? It's going to be boundary copied by Squashy. The Meteor is going to be pulled out as well from Trippy. Slam onto Dixon. Monash just can't seem to take the space back to Boundary Strangling Prison. They're looking for these KOs. They will finally secure them. Wall. It's going to block Trippy from walking back. He can't get anywhere near the safety of the rest of his backline, and he will fall to the walls. He'll fall to Wosh. Monash at least make that fight good for them, and they'll continue to walk.
Yeah, continue to walk all of the way. So Laptop are going to be going down there. So good shots from Wosh. We'll be able to clear some space with one less Vanguard to deal with there. You can see Macquarie are giving them so much space right now. Not looking to contest against them at all. Just want to hold the final stretch of this checkpoint and then to see if they can make a final stand here. Speaking of hook, line, and sinker, it's Joji onto the Bionic Hook there, shutting down Trippy. Got us a death coming out from Dixon as well. Just trickling in the damage. I love the tight angle. It forces Macquarie not to play close at all, and it enables Monash to get that second checkpoint.
Yeah, another checkpoint. Another few minutes for Monash to play with. Oh, again, he's just hunting for these hooks. That's the effectiveness of the Bucky, right? Just able to hook one player in towards your backline. You can see that Macquarie. Now they're actually just going to go for the mirror minus the Loki that, of course, Macquarie have. Accelerate forced over to Hella to try and answer Dixon's. And, well, Joji let that ultimate sing, getting armed and dangerous once again. Will not find the again, though. Oh, no, actually, never mind. Finds there into the fog of war. Accelerate taken out. Double from Joji. Going to go again just to break that high ground wall. Gives so much opening for Monash to fire through. Macquarie, though, they've got ultimates to play with as they walk back onto this point.
They will walk their way forward and continue. Give it their all. Strangling Prison coming out. It's time to go into the Kraken impact there. Dixon falling. Maybe more to follow here as the shots come over the top. Bionic Hook, good. In response, it's going to be a Meteor from Pikachu. Boom! Tool is down. Accelerate with the Goddess of Death as well. Doing the best that they can to hold on here, but they will concede the space. Move on to the next half here. Wow, Tony. What an incredible pursuit.
Yeah, you can never count Monash out. Just when we thought they were losing pace there after that first point cap, we saw a great sequence of events there from Tool on the Bucky. But Monash, they find their footing. And they found themselves the full 3 with 2 minutes left. Macquarie, how do we change it up here? So Laptop thinking about Venom. Accelerate thinking about Black Cat. This might be an Accelerate call, I imagine. It was like, all right, they're going to be playing Bucky, we still want to give Dive a go if they're playing Hella. We just get on top of the back line and secure the fight from there for Macquarie. And for Monash, though, they're not going to really change all too much. They feel like it can't work for them. So if it ain't broke, don't fix.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And let's see how it all changes up. And now, as Accelerate is looking to don the Black Cat this time, Squashy are playing into the Rocket. Similar to what we were talking about in the pre-game there. You know, that's where we kind of expected him to go. And looks like they will stay there this time. So, potentially looking to add a bit more oomph into their attacking segment here. And I'm all for it. You know, I think the Seer is a great solution there. But the problem with the Seer is that they do have the Magneto at the ready on Monash. And they kind of just use the Meteor to counter it. Similar to what we saw in the mid-season finals from a lot of our pros.
Yeah, it's a lot of pros really adapting pretty heavy to that. And Monash, I'm going to be playing this corner. Treppy, a little bit too far forward. Maybe a hook there from Monash. Accelerate. And he's looking for a bit of a dive, though. The squid set up there from Dixon, of course, with that team up. But, oh, my word. Ice Arts. I believe that was an Ice Arts out of Wild. Does shut down, but 2 taken there from Macquarie. They've got space to walk. We'll see the change over. Accelerate down to the Punisher. Monash forced to walk back. They have to concede the space. The fact that they don't have everybody there to defend. Of course, they don't have to fully give the point up. They can look to re-engage in a second. So Laptop, though, will be set up for when they do try to walk on out. But he's going to wait. Let the Vanguards walk first. Try to find one on a Joji. Low HP, but still, he's got the help of Dixon. It's 3. The Squid's doing more chip damage. And there's so much up front that Macquarie weren't ready to answer Matt and the power of the Hella team up.
Yeah, great to play in to your strengths there. You know, always got to take advantage of your team ups when and where possible. They did exactly that. But for now, it's Macquarie going to be trying to launch their next siege here. Will be held at bay by Monash from a distance. You know, they're not even allowing them to get close as they pelt down shots. And that's the power of the Magneto team up with Scarlet Witch there. You know, the swords can just chunk down damage from a grand distance and really keep them at bay. But speaking of keeping them at bay, Accelerate says, not today.
Yeah, Accelerate's getting shut down left, right, and center. Tilt really probably starts to settle in here for Macquarie. Accelerate, very vocal member of this team. Very vocal member in general. Accelerate, if he's having a rough game, you're going to hear about it. Monash, again, shutting down Sir Laptop. BRB's forced out. That's a heavy cooldown now that Macquarie have had to commit. Monash now only have to fight against a minute 40 on the clock here for Macquarie. Accelerate over the Wolverine. We're seeing some desperation now from Macquarie.
Desperate times call for desperate measures now, and let's see if they are going to be able to find the opening here. Accelerate could be the key on the Wolverine. They can play around Tool on the Bionic Hook as well. Barrel leap into the Kraken Impact, desperately trying to fight around it. Straggling Prison into the Meteor. Kraken Impact. Everything's coming down, Tony. It's a massacre over Hall of Jalia right now. Oh my goodness.
And the Resident's not going to be too happy that it's a bloody affair here. Some KOs to Monash's board and more time off the clock. Macquarie, though, the one side of the coin that they've got is the fact that they've got some ultimates to play with. We've got 2 strategist ultimates to use here. The Amplifier could be good, so Laptop. Now onto Thing. Thing Wolverine's a good combo. If you can toss Accelerate into a good spot, we could find a good kidnap here. Monash going to be playing their spacing well. Dixon immediately got us to death. Going to be answered, and he's behind enemy lines, getting those squids out. Double. Dixon's out to safety. He's found Accelerate. He's got some shots down. He has to be careful now. He's so deep in enemy lines, while the rest of Monash are trying to fight to back him up. Dixon finds the Luwu. And now you can see, once again, just Macquarie dropping like flies. 12 seconds left to make something happen. They're forced to portal. And Monash, they're only down 1 member. Full 5 here healthy, and they're going to expect that portal play to come through. Can they touch in time? They just will. OT secured. Matt and Monash now have to fight it out.
Yeah, fight to the last. CYA coming up. It's the last stand, and it's gonna be Meteor. Good KOs on both strategists there. This is exactly what Macquarie needed. Accelerate going absolutely claws out and hitting the doors out there. Monash gonna be sent back in, and Macquarie will have a resurgence. They're back, Tony.
Yeah, they're back in a big way. Accelerate. Wolf actually coming to their aid. Last stand was good on top of the Meteor from Trippy. Some great isolations there, and well, Monash. An Angela? That's going to be an Angela from Wosh. We haven't seen that in a little bit. Matt feels very foreign. But, well, one of Wosh's staples in the pool. Monash now going to have to play to deny that second cap. It's going to be Dixon, though, finding first on the tool. BRB forced to be used out here. Going to be trying to pull them back. Wosh is just trying to make something happen here. Just floating in the backline, poking away. Accelerate, going to kidnap him, but that's Wosh. That's a very mobile member of Monash. Not the kidnap you're after. And Macquarie going to be slowly led out of this fight.
Yeah, led out of the fight, but not for long. Not long enough to say goodnight. See how things fare into the next portion, though, as I like the switch up from Accelerate on to the Daredevil here. I think Daredevil, albeit not as impactful as they used to be, still does have that use case. They can do some valuable scouting for their team, but that's if their team stays alive. When they're getting KO'd, it's not going to really work out as well as they would hope.
Yeah, it's really going to be working out well. Ooh, so laptop. This is, I love this from Wosh. He's not even fighting like KOs, he's just being annoying. And that's the signs of a good Angela. You're just being annoying. You're harassing the backline. Accelerate going to be pulling out the Daredevil, so, you know, something going to be changing up in the comp here. But Dixon, he's going to be using that environment to his safety. But Feast of the Abyss coming from Sir Laptop. It's a triple from him. That's going to be Macquarie. Still fighting for dear life. Push this one forward.
Fighting hard, fighting strong into this one, and ready to give it their all. But speaking of fighting, Tony, we're heading to potential final fight territory. Monash have 5 ults. Macquarie have 1. Almost a few more, granted, but if Monash go first here, they might not even get a chance to use them. They've already found Tool, Accelerate going down, Monash playing this one perfectly. Squashy dodging and weaving around Meteors there, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath from Monash right now. Just right place, right time.
Yeah, right place, right time, and a lot of ultimates, and Monash 3-1 there. Valiant effort from Macquarie. I did like some of the compositional change-ups there, but Monash just able to stabilize and find their footing to win the fights out. And Pikachu, MVP here on the mag, feels fitting. He's played this mag pretty well. Didn't see any like crazy meteors out of him. It was more so Trippy finding a lot of success on that one, but Pikachu just kind of being that stable frontline presence. And well, for Monash, 2-1 in the series. Matt, a little bit closer than they would have liked. But, well, they will get one over here on Macquarie.
Yeah, they'll get one over the top there. So fantastic work coming through from Monash in the end. They do reclaim that momentum, up the morale, and send it home. So well done to them and theirs for taking control of that series when it mattered. Got to give props to Macquarie as well. You know, they did a fantastic job managing to take the reins over that second map on Museum there like it was anyone's game, and they just took it.
Yeah, and it's worrisome, right? You look at this one, you're like, Macquarie played pretty well. Like, the whole series, you know, you can't really hate them. Maybe a little bit, wanted to see a little bit more domination, but that second map, pretty close. Third one, pretty close as well. You know, 1-2 fights went their way, and we could have seen that snowball to a little bit of a closer scoreline, but I have to give credit to Joji. You know, it's always cool to see him on the Bucky. The hooks are so threatening. They're just disruptive. And then Wosh goes to the Angel, and it's like, we're just playing full disrupt comp. We're not even, like, playing for fight wins necessarily. Wosh is just poking their backline. Joji's landing hooks left, right, and center. It's like, what do you do against that?
Yeah, it's so difficult to find a way through, but We're going to winding our way through. We're going to find our way through to our next game right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series with Matsy and 2-Tap Tony. One series down, another one coming right up. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Murdoch, MDU, one of our newcomers, taking on Macquarie Crimson.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one. We've seen a little bit of Macquarie Crimson, but of course we get to see Murdoch. And checking out the rosters for you, it's Galaxy 82, Bingus 2876, Vibe, Captain Piggles, Mr. Melon, and of course Dyer. For the side of Macquarie, it's Instant Regret, Lil Curry, Harder, Hypel, Raramosaurus, and Mero. Matt, some familiar names for both of us, but of course newer rosters, and it should be exciting to see what these new teams bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see how they play into this one, Tone. You know, I think we've seen a little bit of the potential in the beginning of the year of what Macquarie Crimson have been able to do. You know, I think that they've got a lot of capabilities. But speaking of potential, I'm excited to see what Murdoch can do here as well. You know, new kids on the block, ready to prove themselves. And we're going to be jumping straight into the draft right here, right now, everybody. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is not a Mantis ban first. I'm in disbelief.
Wow.
They
This is
can-
like...
They get a
This is
Mantis
insane.
save free.
Yeah, that's a one-sided Mantis.
Oh my god.
That's insane. That's like when you let Gambit through last
Yeah.
match. And it's like, when you
Oh my
let Gambit
God.
through, it's like it all hell breaks loose. But MDU, they're going to be banning Gambit. Could take the one-sided Gambit. They're going to take the one-side Magneto instead. Not one we normally see high prio to, but this season, I definitely can't blame teams for going for that one.
Yeah, I can't blame it either. It's the trade-off here, right? You know, is Magneto the more powerful? Is Mantis going to be the more powerful here? There's a lot to take into consideration out of this one, and considering that Mantis has been permanently banned, you know, popular belief would have you think that Mantis would be the stronger of the two to prioritize here, but you don't know till you know. What you do know is there's no replication coming out from Loki as they are banned. Elsa going to be focused this time by Macquarie though, so does mean they are going to put focus on a Daredevil Protect here for Murdoch.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I would have thought, you know, you take away these bans. I would have thought this was the Macquarie game. I see Daredevil Lock, and I'm like, yeah, that screams like Macquarie. But yeah, Daredevil Lock here for MDU. You're going to be seeing Venom Elsa actually taken away from Macquarie Crimson. And Thing is the last pick here. These are some wacky bans here going on, Matt.
Yeah, I'm in disbelief almost. But Rocket being banned out last, it does make a lot of sense. You know, you don't want to play into that resurrection potential there. So I'm really liking what Murdoch has presented. But I mean, letting Rari play on to the Mantis there, that's a sight to behold. You know, I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that turns out. But now, we do have Bucky playing alongside Daredevil for Murdoch here. Star-Lord being hovered alongside Elsa for Macquarie. We are seeing the Venom hover as well. Mr. Mellon's looking to play into the Strange early. Curious if that's only going to be for an early portal tech, as they are going for a triple Vanguard setup right now, or whether this is what they're going to be presenting. You know, they go for the 3-1-2.
Before you attack.
Yeah, I haven't seen 3-1-2 in quite a while, and it's normally not with a Daredevil either. Normally you gotta put like a Punisher or some sort, or maybe Elsa is one that goes in this mix, but I don't mind this one for Macquarie, right? They've got Star-Lord Venom. It's realistically just like Daredevil Venom Light. Star-Lord hits a little less harder unless you can get those one clips that we've seen from Star-Lord players, and as well rocking the Mantis and Invis. Strong backline here for the likes of Macquarie. We're going to be seeing Portal off a rip, very RMIT reminiscent from MDU here. They're going to try and go for a Portal behind. They're going to try and take the fight to Macquarie up on the high ground.
Yeah, I like the scouting coming through here. You know, they're just trying to see exactly where they're coming from, go for a flank here, and see if they can bank on a KO as they jump straight into it. Hypel goes down there, and we're going to see if they can stifle more efforts. They will succeed. Mero falls, Lukari, and Arari to go. So, Murdoch are going to have a great early success here on the portal flank, and we'll be able to get the early capture in the bank.
Yeah, early cap for MDU, and for Macquarie, going to have to group up here and see what they can do. Of course, Thing pretty effective at holding this this front end of things as well. You're going to be seeing Star-Lord get onto the mag here, just trying to get some good chip damage across, but the likes of MDU, their strategist pretty good at dealing with all of that chip damage. Cloak, a little bit more AoE healing, of course, as well with the rocket. These Vanguards are going to be chilling. This is like really, really good composition building here from MDU. Vibe able to find one on towards the Star-Lord. Macquarie not really wanting to force their way into this fight. Instant Regret going to be wants to back off Lil Curry there. Going to be environmental care, going to be falling off the map there.
Yeah, gone to another universe, it would seem. Maybe gone to Earth 828 or something. Who knows? But we'll find them eventually. You know, I'm sure they'll end up on another side of the time stream. As the fight continues on here, Macquarie Crimson laying into the Thing to get those haymakers, and it's great to see that overshield coming into effect there. Clobbering time up front. CYA going to be put into play as well, though. This was a grand adaptation coming through from Captain Pickles there. You'll see the Meteor up top trying to shut down Rari or Mero here. We'll find a Mero Eternal Bond going down there, and now going to have no strategist ult to sustain them here. So Macquarie Crimson going to have to fall back and regroup into the next one.
Yeah, it's just great Magneto play. I definitely want to see it banned now, Matt. This is just too much mag getting let through, and everybody that's allowed to play it is just finding so much success with those Meteor M's. And for Macquarie Crimson, they've got a few ultimates to play with. Galactic Legend. The Apex Predator could be good at securing. He's going to be Feast the Abyss on the back line. Hypel going to find one on towards the mag. Bingus taken. Grant, a little curry there. They found an opening here onto MDU. They're going to be Eye of Agamotto trying to stun everybody up. Melon trying to make a hero play here, but that Agamotto isn't going to get MDU what they like, and it's not a fight when it goes to Macquarie. And they'll take that percentage back, but 99 here for MDU, Matt.
Yeah, they've got some tools to hold on to it as well, Tone. You know, the Galactic Legend is available. Oh no, not the portal again. This is how they activated the map. I'm curious if this is how they're going to end the map as well. As the portal comes in, focus onto the strategists here, trying to cut them off with the line of sight, but we're letting the devil out. Vibe trying to keep a vibe here. Hypel and a go. Going to start the show with the Glatrox Galactic Legend. Everything coming out of this one, Tony. Instant Regret. Going to absolutely shred them there with those haymakers. So a lot of ults committed to that fight there. Macquarie not going to have much available. They are close to the Soul Resurgence, though, so even if they committed a lot there, they're still going to be okay for the time being, I think.
Yeah, going to be pretty alright for the moment. Be walking it up. Clobbering time going to be coming out from Galaxy. Going to be sedated, though. That's the power of having the Mantis at your disposal. Raramosaurus is going to pop that ultimate. Instant Regret going to find Mr. Melons and Captain Pickles. Instant Regret for 3, and Macquarie cleaning up this fight just with one good ultimate from Raramosaurus. Sets them up perfectly, and now percentage builds here for Macquarie Crimson. They've found themselves stabilizing presence, and now they've found themselves a pretty winnable position.
Yeah, they're closing the gap with great haste here, and they've also got the Eternal Bond available, so they can match Murdoch if required. The big problem is they also have a CYA available if needed. Beast of the Abyss going to be coming out in response to the Eternal Bonds there, and Macquarie haven't actually matched it, so this is actually kind of good from them. They pop it late, ready to try and shut the gate here, but they don't realize the CYA is coming into play there, and the BRB bringing Galaxy 82 right back into the fray. Mero going down, double KO, more to follow. Macquarie Crimson, where has this come from? Right on the edge of the line here. Murdoch falls short. Macquarie Crimson lock it in for the first objective, Tony. Oh my goodness!
The full 99 back against the wall to the 100 flip. That's a well-played Super Soldier Factory out of Macquarie, but Matt, again, this is domination. You have to win 2 maps. You have to get that cover to 2-0 or the 2-1. So Macquarie, you know, hard work was done in that first one, but it's about how you can keep that momentum going. MDU, they're going to be doubting themselves a little bit. They let that one slip, and Macquarie, yeah, very strong play here, just off of the back of locking in so many good picks there, just winning fights after another there. MDU looked a little bit scattered in some of those approaches.
Yeah, they look a bit all over the place at times, don't they? But never say and never, Tony. Things can certainly get better as time plays on. And time plays on now. We are going to have a time to get on to the next objective. Ready to roll and ready to stroll our way in. Murdoch, what do they have right now? They got a Meteor and a Kraken Impact. That's a lot of high impact ultimates all across the front. But nullification would come through from that clobbering time, from that Glass Rocks, and many more things to follow. This first fight, definitely going to dictate the pace of things. Murdoch won the last one. See if Macquarie can bring it back now as the sword team up comes through.
My.
Big damage from Bingus there. Slice and dice, and they are ready to not play nice.
They're calling Biggest with that big blade that he's got. MDU going to be controlling the point there. Vibe as well, picking up one onto Lil Curry. KOs on towards Macquarie Crimson once again. Find themselves in a pretty good spot here. And of course now just how can they hold it down? They're just going to be playing so far forward. I like this play from teams on domination where they take that first point but they don't give up the space. Some teams, they play back towards the point. They play a little safe here. Macquarie now trying to walk up with the Kraken Impact. It's going to be hitting harder than ever. It's a double from the Bucky, making a triple. Going to chase down the Rocket now, trying to find a quad. It's harder than ever, hitting harder than ever. Macquarie Crimson flipped the point at 37.
My oh my, they will be able to supply a resurgence there, and they're ready for another battle right around the corner. Murdoch, on the edge of having both strat ults available here, definitely can come in clutch heading into the next fight. If Macquarie go first here, they could certainly further their pursuit towards this mission area, but I'm curious how this battle of sustainability is going to play out as Hyper already taking a bit of damage. Looks like Murdoch are looking to take this round the outside, not go through the front gates here. Try and see if they can get something. This could be a Glatrox opportunity. Speak it, and it will appear! Oh, double down on both players! That was absolutely insane from Macquarie as they take control and stroll ahead with more.
This is Macquarie hitting a flow state that we weren't expecting, right? MDU, you look at this one, you look at this team, and you look at that first point especially, they just look so dominant, and now Macquarie, they've worked it out, they know what they want to play for. They do have ultimates now coming off of both their strategists. MDU though, they have a ton as well to play with Meteor. We do as well have the Daredevil ultimate. And these strategists are going to have to be careful from Macquarie, but for the moment, the space is being held. He's going to be the Daredevil. Vibes trying to pop it from the high ground. He's being looked at for the moment. BRB's up, and he's going to be Eternal Bond too. Macquarie might have to walk back a little bit and kite this one. Oh, the hook.
Oh my goodness! It's huge, Tony, just like this Meteor, but no, it's not going to take out Mero. They hold strong. CYA coming into play. It's clobbering time as well, trying their best to push through the vulnerability there, and they will reap the rewards. Kraken Impact going again and again and again, trying to reset the ticker. They get it! Quad KO! Macquarie Crimson take control in map 1!
That is absolute insanity, and Bucky, well, he seems to be the flavor of the month for these teams at the moment. What a game out of Macquarie Crimson there, just really fighting on a knife's edge in that first one, able to claw it back the full 100. And this one, you know, they started off a little bit weak at the start once again, and then able to claw it back, and I have to give them credit. Again, it's all coming down to that control of space that we saw from their Vanguards. Instant Regret making Thing look so good in that one. Final hits as well with 11, 12 for harder than ever on the Bucky. And well, for MDU, that's a tough pill to swallow. Losing Hell's Heaven like that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it's really got to be a tough pill to swallow there, you know, really a difficult time ahead. And curious to see if there's going to be a change up heading into our second map, because by all accounts, you know, Murdoch looked strong in the beginning there off the back of that early portal tech. You thought maybe they might be able to carry that momentum a little further forward, but no. Macquarie, they take the reins on it and they go to town. I'm still in shock, disbelief even, that they were allowed the Mantis, and if this map is a proving point there, it goes to show that Mantis is being stronger than Mag, it would appear. But we're going to see some further strengths coming out into our second map, Tony, as it is locked in. It is going to be Midtown. A goodbye, Museum. Midtown is back in season.
I don't mind Midtown, Matt, especially with how the meta is at the moment. Very poke-heavy. And Midtown, very poke-heavy map. So is Museum. A lot of poke-heavy maps being let through here. Of course, because the meta favors that, and well, Midtown gonna have to shake it off if you're MDU, right? They started so strong. Hopefully, they can kind of bounce back after a little bit of a rough one. Maybe we see the Mantis be a prio ban, or even maybe take away the mag, because the mag's always something that's annoying to deal with as well. But yeah, definitely saw the power in play that the Mantis brings to the table. And for Macquarie, right? Of course, you look at this one, you think, I guess, like, outside of that game, what else can we bring to the table? Mantis is good, but also we need like more strong picks like that.
Yeah, I think we definitely need, I guess, a bridging zone, if you will, to try and have other things to have similar impact, if not more. You know, because if Mantis is getting permabanned, there needs to be something else to kind of perform similarly. Or maybe you just rework all the strategists and just burn them to the ground, you know? Just nerf them all so they're not as impactful as they are. Maybe we just watch the world burn in that way, Tony. I think that might be the solution. Just throw a match at it. Yep. Bring the strategist back to ground zero.
Take him out. Duke a ball.
Yep. Sounds good. Oh, and speaking of, Mantis are going to be doing just that. See you later. Permanently banned away again. First Protect will be the Magneto here. And Macquarie Crimson probably soon to follow behind on that one. We'll see what their next ban is, though. Is it going to be Gambit or something else here?
Yeah, it's a heavy question to ask here. Thing from Macquarie. Okay. It felt like Galaxy was a little bit of an issue. Taking away the thing. What do we lock in here? Is it just Mag again? No, one-sided thing? One-sided thing from Macquarie? Okay.
I respect it. You know, the thing definitely has a great use case right now, especially like I've been talking about time and time again, that overshield, playing into those haymakers there, into the team up. The thing is in a great state right now. There's a reason that, you know, alongside Mag there in the mid-season finals, we did see some thing gameplay breaking its way back in. And some of our other Vanguards have been trending in a downward spiral. You know, we're not seeing as much Emma anymore. We still see her, of course, but we're not seeing as much of her. Thor not really coming into the mix as much as we saw before. Strange even on a downward turn right now. So it's difficult, right, to see the changes in terms of the role lineups.
Yeah, it's a lot of changes, and of course we'll see a lot of changes this Friday when 9.5 hits, of course. As we'll see Elsa lock here for Macquarie this time around. Gambit banned away a little bit later in the piece than we normally are used to seeing. Gambit's normally either first or second ban, but it seems like Mantis has taken up that mantle. Rocket going to be thought about here from MDU. Don't mind that one. Rocket, pretty hard to deal with sometimes. It just depends on the comp that you're playing. If you're playing a poke comp, it's pretty hard. Pretty easy to break that Amplifier. If you're not playing a poke comp, though, Amplifier gets a little bit crazier to break. Groot, final lock here for MDU. Pretty solid. Groot has been a pretty staple pick as well. We've seen a lot of Mag, Groot, and Thing be like the Vanguard meta at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of them have been able to break in to this one. You know, we've seen interesting shift in direction in that way. But speaking of shifts in direction, Punisher actually going to be banned out this time. So not going to see any final judgments to deal with anything on the front side of things here. Very keen, curious, if you will. So what else they are going to be looking to bring out of this one, Tone, as everybody's going to be locked down, locked in, if you will. to try and give it their best into this next portion.
Big pause. We're back.
The right
Elsa.
heroes could make all the difference.
Final lock in. And so, yeah, Group Mag for MDU. Okoro with Elsa Thing. Don't necessarily have to play to it yet if they see like a different comp is more favorable. Maybe a little curry on the Venom. Instant regret towards the Thing. So dive, but also anti-dive at the same time here. Don't mind that one from Macquarie. Gives them a lot of options on how they want to play, especially with the Lunar Cloak. They can get aggressive or they can just kind of play it a little bit further back. For MDU though, this is more like a composition you expect to see on Midtown Storm. Pretty good at holding and also pretty good at breaking through if you need to push.
Stay strong.
Yeah, good to have those options available there. You know, they can break through, they can hold back. There's a lot of flexibility they can put into full action here, Tone. But whilst we hone in and look to lock down out of the Baxter building there, we're going to prepare ourselves for what's to come. So, Vibe are looking to bring out the Storm this time. It's always great to see a Storm coming into the mix there. And love to see the return of our Jeff NATO team up, if you will. You know, always loved a bit of Jeff NATO action. Don't know if we'll see it this time, but definitely happy that it's back in the game.
Yeah, it's been a while since Jeff NATO has been a worrisome sign.
Yeah.
It's good to have it back here. Lucky. Quarry Crim's going to be playing up on the high ground. Kind of like that. Not normally you see a lot of teams actually just everybody up on the high ground. Normally see at least one or two members down on that choke. And that's why, because you can get pincered pretty quickly. MDU, quick picks there to the Bucky and Venom. You're going to be continuing to walk it forward. I like this like aggression that both teams are implementing. As soon as they find that first fight win, they continue to ramp the pace up.
Yeah, they ramp up the pace, give it the very best that they can, and then some. So, let's see how they fare within the next 3 minutes here. As Macquarie Crimson going to be holding on the edge of the line here. Speaking of, Lil Curry are going to be diving around the back line here. Might have gotten sight of the Battle Recon beacon there, so could be able to shut that down and minimize some of the impact here from the rocket, but for now, they're still just going to lock in place and continue to play different lanes here, just diversify the lines of sight.
Yeah, diversifying lines of sight we saw from that last series, especially on Museum. It's a pretty good strategy to go for, especially with Elsa in your mix. Going to take Eternal Bond from that Fiery Dire Wolf. Seeing a ton of chip damage on Macquarie, but they're going to be sitting pretty calm. Trading off of that one and then walking it back up. Apex Predator going to be popped here. Apple going to be kiting it out. Galaxy's going to be taken. Macquarie are fighting for that space right now. 2 minutes left for MDU after what was a good initial push from them.
Yeah, they definitely did a great job, you know, to hold things down. Let's see what else they can deliver here. But for now, there's going to be another battle on its way through here. Having clobbering time is going to be imperative to building not just more time here, but also to just stop them directly in their tracks, like we have been right now. And very eager to see how that's going to fall through. You know, the CYA is available, but I mean, in terms of ults that can lock you in place, Strangle in Prison could be a measure in of itself coming out from a Murdoch here. So there's a lot of solutions that they can bring to really counteract each other. The thing that I'm definitely going to highlight, though, is the fact that Macquarie Crimson have 2 strat ults available as opposed to just the CYA right now. So in terms of a battle of sustainability, Macquarie, they got it. As long as they don't double down on the strat ults at the exact same time, I think that they can hold through for a comfortable pace here, Tone.
Yeah, I can see what they can do. Just a quick pause while we sort what the issues happening here. MDU do have a lot of kind of defensive ults, right? Amplifier and Strangling Prison could help them out. Macquarie, it's a lot more aggressive, right? We'll see Eternal Bond probably used first. I don't imagine Fate is something they want to be popping first. I imagine normally you use Bond first, then Fate as a backup if, you know, it all goes pear-shaped. as well. They could look to get aggressive with the Kraken Impact and Feast of the Abyss from Macquarie. They can just kind of try and pop a target or two. The problem is that Storm's hard to hit. Realistically, looking at the overall composition here from Macquarie, we don't have your tried and trusted hit scan like your Hellas. This is going to be probably either up to Raremosaurus or up to Hyper to try and take Vibe out of air.
Yeah, big pressure on them to kind of deal with that sooner rather than later, right? And I think that one of the best solutions is going to be the Bionic Hook coming out there from Macquarie Crimson. You know, if they're able to take a Storm out of the skies, then they can rise up, enable that KO, and have one less thing to consider there. But they've also got to consider exactly where the Battle Recon Beacon's going to be as well, because, I mean, even if you take out Vibe, if they just get rezzed back by the BRB anyway, then what have they done it for, you know? It's really difficult to try and navigate these landscapes.
Yeah, Midtown, especially this around the corner point, right? There's a lot of hard landscapes to navigate, especially with the trucks, the ambulances, whatever you want to call them, in the way. A lot of angles that can be taken from the defensive side, and you know it's going to be hard to clear out from the attackers. But you know, if you've got pace on the mission vehicle, if Herbie's moving quick, then it could be pretty good for you. But yeah, again, still hopefully getting this tech pause sorted.
Yeah, hopefully everything's all good momentarily here. We'll update you as soon as we can, of course. But curious if there is going to be any hero changes coming through. You know, I think that maybe if they feel like they've crashed into a wall there with one hero, then they can bring out another. And, you know, maybe one thing I want to see, Tony, is a Psylocke to come out. Just for the ult potential.
Yeah, the ult potential's good. Psylocke wouldn't do too well into a composition like this, but you know, who knows? We've seen crazy things work. Psylocke always one to watch for. It's good at like kind of finding those team-wide KOs, and if a team's not like on top of their communication, right? Because if as soon as that Psylocke ult comes out, it's stuck on top of me. Everybody get together. I don't want to fall to this Psylocke ult. But of course, it requires a lot of very sharp communication. So we'll go back into it, Matt.
Yeah, short, sharp, concise, and ready to jump in to this one right now. As Lil Curry going to be in a bit of trouble there. Pops the symbiotic resilience immediately, but gets absolutely wiped out. Mero are going to be forced onto the Eternal Bond there, and they've lost basically their whole team. So all they can kind of do at this point is try and hold on, but they have been KO'd through it. So it's all going to be done and dusted. Maybe Macquarie Crimson can get a portal off. Oh, it might be too little too late, and it is. So just going to have to switch off that one. Or maybe they commit to the fight here and look to carry on. No, not today. We'll be moving on to tomorrow instead. So great work from Murdoch. They finally get it over the line.
And moving on to a brand new day, Matt. And for Macquarie, how can they seize this brand new day? Instant regret, and well, a lot of Macquarie members have their ultimates to play with. And for MDU, they're going to be seeing what they can do here with all of this time that they've got banked here, especially with how, you know, there was a good hold from Macquarie. We're seeing clobbering time already coming out. Kraken Impact as well, and that is going to hit hard and fast here onto the side of MDU. It's a clean sweep up there, just leaving Vibe to get out. Macquarie, great answers there. Of course, having to use a few more ultimates than they probably would have liked.
Yeah, they definitely did a great job there to hold on firmly to that one. I was impressed with Murdoch with the fact that they put the Bulwark Shield on to Mr. Mellons right towards the end of the Kraken Impact as well, which mitigated it slightly, albeit the outcome was all the same. But it's just those little things like that that goes to show what's going on in our players' heads. You know, they're thinking ahead there to try and help their team sustain through some of these fights. Speaking of, it's time to feast of the Abyss coming out from Lil Curry and go triple KO with the haymakers. Instant regret is what Murdoch has committing to that fight.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate play there from MDU. We go back to the drawing board. Still ultimates up, Eternal Bond, and that Hurricane could be good from Vibe if they can find the right way to use it. And here it is. Feeling the wrath of the goddess. Vibe going to be coming around the backside. On top of Rarimosaurus, but probably going to see Fate. No, not quite yet. Wasn't able to react quick enough there. So Vibe, a quick KO secured, and that actually is going to be a traded one out though. Harder never finds the shot onto Vibe. BRB brings Vibe back. Macquarie forced to walk back a little bit here. They have to surrender the space because they're waiting on that strategist to come back up for them.
Yeah, waiting for them to get back in a line here. Give it the best they can. And Galatrox comes out, goes down immediately, cracking impact, forcing out the dance floor here. This is great for Murdoch because they can pop the Eternal Bond right after, do what they can. They try and burn through it with the Meteor. It's not enough, so good to burn through that. Do have the Strangling Prison, though, into the CYA. Good freeze to stop Galaxy, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. Macquarie will be burnt through there, forcing out a lot of ults from Murdoch, but maybe they can come back and try and contest it. You know, Lil Curry doing a great job to stall for time here. A portal is going to be imperative, Tone.
Yeah, it's going to have to come quick here. Only, not going to come in time. Unfortunately, I don't even think he channeled. Harder than ever just kind of walked up with a strange. Didn't even channel the portal. Going to a 3-1-2 setup here for Macquarie. They're going to be brute walled there. Sandwiched between a few walls. Has to fall back here. MDU slowly keeping this pace up. Slow and steady, of course, winning the race out against Macquarie, but we'll have to see how Macquarie fare on their attack. Obviously, clobbering time come through. Instant regret going to be stunning up a few members, but environment actually not going to help him out there. So KO not secured. The instant regret really finding the pressure that they would like right now.
Oh, it's time for the Omega Hurricane to come around the back as well. Trying their best to burn Mero through the Eternal Bond there, but it is all working out for Murdoch. They will be able to turn tides and shut things down. A good Fist the Abyss, though, does catch the trade onto Mr. Melons there, and looks like Lil Curry's not even close to being done. Trying to hunt down Captain Pickles there, and see what else they can capture. Bingus good for one, and looking to follow it up even further here. They will still have to deal with Lil Curry. I like how they keep things at bay, play a bit more of a distractive role at times, and it gives their team that little moment's reprieve to reset.
Yeah, that's how you want to play the Venom, just be a distraction. It's kind of like the better Angela in a way, just having the ability to fly in and fly out of fights. As we'll see once again, right on cue, Lil Curry coming back to the safety of the team. Agamotto's up here as well for Macquarie. Interesting, we haven't had to see Mr. Melons use that ultimate just yet. Don't really need any aggressive plays to be made by MDU. Obviously, Strangling Prison's up. In a pretty good spot to pop it. 17 seconds, Agamotto goes bang, and it's going to be the Maelstrom on top of it too. Damage that, well, MDU aren't ready for. So they'll walk up now. Macquarie have shut it out at the perfect moment because MDU, they're not going to get the portal off. They're going to be walking out of spawn trying to set that up, and it's going to be shut down. Apex Predator as well from Hyper to make sure it doesn't happen. Only 2 cap here. 120 minutes for MDU.
Switch things up.
Yeah, they pop a lot of ults at the tail end of that one as well, Tony. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like they overcooked a little bit there, but you know what? Gotta respect it. Do whatever they can to prevent the portal and prevent any further distance being captured on to Herbie, the mission vehicle there. So, gonna be moving on to our second half now. It looks like Doctor Strange gonna still stay in play here for Macquarie Crimson, so not looking to give that one up at all here. Mr. Melons has made the change upload to the Black Widow, so we've seen the power of that one previously, Tony, and I think this is going to be no exception.
Yeah, no exception. Widow's pretty good, and I'll give Vibe over to the Bucky. Macquarie, just sticking with what works. Going to be actually instant regret over to the Punisher. They offer the thing. They're giving him a crack at the door, seeing what they can do with the Daredevil team up. That does so much damage, right? It just gives Punisher that little bit more oomph to the kit. And MDU. Interesting. Again, going to be seeing Groot, pretty effective hold character here. You can kind of put that wall up in different spots. And you force Macquarie to break it. And of course, they have to basically push the full distance here for Macquarie if they want to take this one home. MDU They can hold it. Go to a third mat. It could be good.
Could be good, it could be great, Tony. We'll see just how great it's going to be in a second now as Captain Pickles goes down. Good shots from Rory there, and going to see if they can follow it up in a second as Macquarie Crimson is falling back for the moment. Lil Curry going down. A good opening from Mr. Melons there. Now trying to further pursue this one in Galaxy. Good on the walls. Maelstrom shuts down Vibe though, so they continue to trade player for player, but all the meanwhile, Macquarie Crimson are still getting good distance on the mission vehicle.
Yeah, getting some good distance and continuing to push it further forward. Great discipline as well. You have to give credit to the strategists here from Macquarie. You know, Lil Curry and now harder than ever. Pretty dive aggressive, and the strategists, it's about keeping the team up and keeping them healthy. The strategists have been doing well at that so far. MDU, they've got that one strategist ultimate to play with. Captain Pickles finding Lil Curry, so pick goes the way of MDU. And well, another pick on their way. 3 picks there. MDU able to hold it before it caps at 1.
Yeah, able to hold a strong hold firmly here and bide their time just that little bit longer. So, we are very happy with that zone and very keen and curious to see how they can zone this one out further. As Murdoch, they are building up to a few ults here, so they can do a good job to try and hold them at bay a while longer, but Macquarie, they almost have a full stack here. What I'm most worried about is that final judgment. As soon as that pops, they're in trouble. Speaking of trouble, Eternal Bond are going to be forced out on both sides there. Feast the Abyss coming around the back. It's time to pop in the Meteor. Glatrox coming out as well. Do they succeed? No, nobody gets popped down here. They've got the dance floor coming out, and now the final judgment. Looking to burn through that CYA, but they need sustainability on the Punisher. Otherwise, it's all for naught here. Agamotto around the back. They get the counterattack onto Captain Pickles there. And they find the cloak and dagger. It's all falling apart now, Tony. A valiant effort on the defense, but Macquarie Crimson eventually prevail.
So many ultimates used in that fight, Matt. Macquarie having to burn so many. MDU as well, having to burn so many. And it realistically came down to that Eye of Agamotto hitting the strategist there. Unfortunate that MDU, both of their strategists just caught in such a rough spot there. Really hard to reposition. For Macquarie, now they can continue this push forward. They've got a little bit more time on the clock than we saw from MDU at this point. As well, they've got a little bit more space to control. You can see that, you know, that Venom threat always an issue that MDU have to be careful of. They do have a Bucky. Could land a pretty good bionic hook here. Set up for a quick KO. As well, Hyper getting some angles here. Lil Curry able to just get out there.
Will get out, and without a doubt, they will get back into it just as quick as we hold things down for the time being here. Good shotguns coming out here from Instant Regret. Speaking of, Kraken Impact hits its mark there. They get the reset from the Strange, and now looking to rearrange a few more enemies, but not going to be able to find success. The Pillar, too strong for them, but don't fret, Fingers will succeed, and they will find another KO in the end. So, nice reset coming out from Murdoch there. They force them out of position and look to repossess this area of the map.
Yeah, they claim the height here. Very pivotal point to hold up here with Macquarie. 2 minutes away from losing this one out. Lil Curry, though, he's going to swing on in. He's going to go for the back cap here. They'll secure it, but now it's about how you can find the KOs from here. Feast of the Abyss is going to be used immediately. Trying to find the Widow pick here. It is going to be Maelstrom actually finding Fingers. The front line falls, so now that gives more room for the rest of Macquarie to walk on up here. Galaxy now trying to hold down this back line at the same time the wall goes up. The CYA is used as well. Eternal Bond, though, keeping everybody online and topped up, but as well doing some trickle damage. Lil Curry, though, will fall. The Magneto's back here, still fightable for MDU, but the Agamotto comes through, stuns up everyone, and the Maelstrom finds 2 as well.
exactly what they were hoping for there. They will be able to sustain through the fight. The Glass Trucks, though, looking to say goodnight. Oh, they will be able to get the freeze there last second, but a Fiery Direwolf will go down eventually. So, good reaction from Macquarie to lock that one down, leaving only one strategist there. BRB coming out, Assassin's Focus, looking to see if they can shut down the Punisher perhaps, and it's going to be Final Judgment, cleaving their path forward, locking in the checkpoint to the final stretch.
And the final push here. Just need 100 meters. No, not too bad of a sprint. Macquarie, they've been moving pretty quickly. Look how far forward they are. They've got 3 up while 3 push this mission vehicle while Herbie moves. Motion is still in play here for Macquarie. And to you, though, they've got ultimates, Matt. That Meteor is going to have to be precise. We need to see a big one from Bingus. Need to see a good crack and impact as well if MDU look to hold this one against Macquarie.
Yeah, they need to absolutely pop off here, Tony, and I am all for it. See if they can make this one theirs and take control. As they hold firm for the moment, Lucari does have that Feast the Abyss, and they are looking to lock it down on the back line. Vibe, though, is looking to lock it down on the front line. Double KO. It doesn't even matter if Lucari found Mr. Melons there. Well, maybe it does. They double back. Still going to be the player advantage for Murdoch for now. They were so close to pushing it over as well, but they will hold firm. 3 ults to their name, Tony. Macquarie close behind, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, close. Not quite. Bingus, I'm going to be playing that corner. Off some shots in, trying to get some trickle damage, but he's a little bit too far forward. Very aggressive position to be playing. Apex Predator almost up here for Hypel. He's going to be the Strangling Prison landing on the Hypel, though not able to be answered just yet. Meteor comes out, shutting down the Eternal Bond. And Macquarie lose more time on the clock than they would like. They'll lose all their members once again to this fight, but so many ultimates used by MDU. Macquarie have that Apex Predator up as well. Fate of both worlds and that Final Judgment starting to come online. 40 seconds, Matt. This is going to be a nail biter.
It's all going to be down to this, Tony. 30 seconds and a dream here. Agamotto at the ready and more to follow. Glatrox too. There's a lot of space clear as Macquarie can use here. Lucari, immediate pop for the symbiotic resilience there. CYA going to be popped early as well. Rari cannot respond. No dance floor available. 15 seconds. They might just have to portal onto this one, honestly. They've lost Rari as well. This is the worst case scenario, Tony. Agamotto around the back. They try and counterattack. Oh, the Eternal Bond gets popped, but they cannot save Captain Biggles there. The problem now is, without the Strange, there's no portal. There's big problems. They need to get on. The dance floor comes out, Tony. They're holding on for dear life, but no! They lose it at the final stretch. We're going to map 3, Tony! Oh my god!
A hard-fought affair ends at a MDU victory. And again, we go to a map 3. This has been a very impressive night, to say the least, Matt. Very strong play out of Vibe there towards the end of the Bucky. We were waiting for that Kraken impact to come through. And it did. Rightfully so. Well-deserved MVP. And for Macquarie Crimson, it was so close. So many of those fights, it just felt like they made one small misstep and they were punished for it there by MDU.
Yeah, punished in a big way there, Tony, and certainly are going to be suffering the consequences, facing the music, if you will, on to that one, and really impressed with how Murdoch managed to clean things up and run it all the way back. So, got to give props to them where they are deserved. They did a great job in order to take us to a 3rd map, and now it's all on to a decider.
Yeah, it's all on to where we decide to go. Convergence, of course, going to be interesting. We've already seen some interesting maps be played tonight. Museum and, of course, Wakanda. Convergence, not too bad of a pick if we see that one again. But yeah, this is a good showing from the likes of MDU, Matt, and well, hopefully they can continue their best foot forward going into the next one.
Yeah, fingers crossed, you know, heading towards our final map on a Central Park. Well. That's going to be a map of many proportions, Tony. You know, it's a map which can be amazing. It can lead to draws. It can lead to anything.
Yeah.
I'm curious what's going to happen on this one, though, as both these teams have shown their fire, shown their tenacity heading into both maps thus far, and I am sure they are going to deliver on all cylinders all over again.
Yeah, and Central Park actually as well. The first point I thought of was this enables a penny playstyle. We've seen a little bit of penny recently. It's hasn't hit too hard in the meta as of late, but it's always one to have in your back pocket for a situation like this. We could see a very aggressive hold comp from the team that gets to start defense here, Matt.
Well, it depends on which team you are, Tony. We've seen a lot of penny in the mid-season finals, a absolute ton. So I'm curious if the teams will start bringing it out here, considering, you know, different circumstances call for different operatives. So penny might be the one of choice here, heading into Central Park. Could be something else entirely, though. You know, put focus around the Groot again, or play into the Thing for that matter. Like, there's a lot of different opportunities that they can take here. And I'm super interested to see exactly which one they go for. I mean, we saw even Angela break through in some of our previous endeavors there. So never say never, Tony. Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Especially here in the AEL. We've seen some one-sided picks that go through that we're like, oh, that just shouldn't happen at all. Why has Mantis been let through? Why has Thing been one-sided picked here? But of course now we go to Central Park Convergence, third map for this series, and well, we won't see Mantis through. These guys have heeded the warnings of the first one, and well, Mag straight away going to be locked. I imagine Gambit to follow suit with a ban. Getting a little predictable here in the ban draft, man.
Just a little bit. I'm sure they're going to ban Spider-Man next, right, Tony? Yeah, it's Spider-Man, right? No, it's Gambit, and there'll be the Mag Protect to come after that as well, and probably see the follow-up Gambit ban.
Yeah, follow-up Gambit. Going to be Maglock both sides. And, well, what do we change up here if we're Macquarie? I didn't mind some of the composition, but I feel like they kind of just hard lost every time the Storm ult was up. They just kind of hard lost every time that the Meteor came through. And, well, maybe something to deal with Mag could be good. Of course, I don't imagine they're a team that wants to play Punisher against a guy like Bingus. We'll see Thing banned. We'll see Penny taken away from Macquarie. So they've got a little bit of an inkling that Penny is pretty good on Central Park, and especially with MDU starting defense, they don't want to have to deal with it.
I don't blame them. You know, Penny is a very powerful hero, especially on a map like this one, and that first point going to be dreadful if you have to deal with the Penny. You don't need to find a way past it quick, and it looks like both teams got the memo. Not gonna see any Penny, and ooh, this does enable the single-sided Thing Protect if they want it. We saw what Galaxy could do with that before, but it is going to be the Punisher locked in this time around. So Macquarie have all the options to ban out the Thing as well if they want to go for the full Mirror Force here, but looks like their priority is actually over the Groot. Okay, I really like this because a lot of teams would love to play around the Groot walls there, use them to take control of the space a lot easier, you know, isolate those picks, but now Murdoch don't have that option anymore.
No, they don't. It's going to be Wolf. Oh, okay. We're going to change it up. We're going to put Lil Curry on something different, and Instant Regret maybe on towards the Wolf. Don't really mind that, but the problem is MDU are playing a comp that doesn't really allow this Wolf to do all too much. Like, Storm's hard to grab, and well, the rest of them are pretty good at defending with, you know, mag shields, strange shields. Macquarie, well, we speak about the Wolf, but hasn't been fully brought up here. Hyper going to be on the Bucky. And they're changing it up. Ooh, Moon Knight. Instant Regret, maybe.
Yeah, Moon Knight. The moon is coming out, Tony. Very eager to see just how it goes. Will Moon Knight be the answer they're hoping for here? Will we see the hand of Khonshu run its course? It's all going to be down to this as the gates are now open. It's time to get serious. It's portal time. Ho-ho! I like they're taking the high ground off this as well. This is really going to enable them to take that early control and have their best path in.
Yeah, backside high ground as well. A lot of good cover here. You just get direct sightlines onto the Vanguards without the strategists there to help. And Macquarie, they have to adapt quickly. The fortunate part is this has put them in a bit of a vulnerable state as well, because Instant Regret can just get so much chip damage in with those arcs. And then, of course, the terrain reset changes up the play now. MDU still trying to fight from this high ground, but they're slowly getting dwindled out there, forced out of the team up. Cloak, of course, from Fiery Dire Wolf, is able to live for the moment. Macquarie, they're playing this patience game pretty well. You see how well their strategists have repositioned as well, out of harm's way completely. And unfortunately for MDU, this gank for the high ground doesn't really pay off.
No, like they put a lot into that commitment there, and now they're just falling short time and time again. So it's going to be a strugglesome beginning from them. We'll see if they can adapt though and find a way forward later, because this first objective always has a great level of difficulty to overcome. So will they be able to find another way forward? Will they just get held off at the gates? It's all going to be proven in a time here. As Murdoch and now have all hands back on deck here. Still playing around the BRB as well, so like even if one falls, they'll rise back up again. But we'll see if Macquarie has a thing or two to say about that, as the Murdoch Duelists are taking a ton of punishment.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wave the cloak. Oh, what a pull there! Great hook from Hyper. Bionic Hook doing wonders there. It is gonna go for the Kraken impact immediately. Tries to find the reset potential. Tries to a quick pick. Harder than ever to find Bingus, and Macquarie spacing out these KOs well. I really liked how, again, how they repositioned after that high ground flank, but then how they spaced out those KOs after that high ground flank came through. It really heated MDU's momentum there, and here we go with the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, the time has come, forced out of the boundary there. Unfortunately, Rari just outside the perimeter. We are going to be seeing the hand of Gonshu come out into the Meteor, trying to react. They will be able to shut down Fiery Direwolf and Vibe there. We'll see the CYA coming out in response, but it doesn't even matter. Mero and O steal the show here. Captain Biggles concedes, accepts their fate, and they will be slated out of that fight. So just over a minute to go now for Murdoch, but Macquarie have complete control of the situation at the moment.
Yeah, a minute left. MDU, it feels like they're slowly just like walking into failed fight after failed fight. And the Amplifier going to be up. The Strangling Prison could be a good combo for Macquarie to hold. He's going to be Strangling Prison immediately on top of two members there, locking him up. Little Curry doesn't even need that crazy 4 or 5 man ulti. Just 1 or 2 is good enough. Instant Regret as well with the follow-up. 30 seconds here for MDU. And again, they still have those ultimates to play with. Agamotto and the Meteor M. Macquarie only able to use the Strangling Prison, so again, Amplify is up for this next one. Hyper now has the Kraken impact. Macquarie just, again, slowly knowing their win conditions, which is 1 ult at a time.
Well, 1 ult at a time, primed up and ready to go with the CYA. Trying to shut it down with the Meteor. No, they go for the long distance. Not going to be able to get the KO there. Vibe on Spidey as well. You know, it's desperate times when Spidey's out, but you know what is out? Spidey's out of here. See if they can come back with a brand new day ahead of them, but they might not get it. The time trickling through. Oh, that could have been dire, Tony.
Yeah, it could have been absolutely scary using that portal as a little bit of a shield. Eternal Bond answered by the boundary. And Macquarie will find that first pick. Now, how do their strategists reposition from here? There's just so much going on, so much visual clutter. Vibe able to find Instant Regret, so trade back. Macquarie don't have that BRB up, so they have to just fight it straight 5v5 right now, as both trying to get back to the point. Galaxy finding Hyper. The final judgment comes through. This is the ultimate that MDU needs to team wipe.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're hoping for here, Tone, and ready to see how they deliver as Vibe will be able to thrive in these conditions. Give it the very best they can. Captain Pickles are good for it. It's the Spider-Man coming at you with a spectacular spin, ready to try and win. Exactly what they're gonna do. Lil Curry, the only one standing, won't even be contesting the mission area. They concede this one, they move on, and finally, we lock in the capture. We go to the convoy segment, Tony. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we finally get to see them push this mission vehicle. And, well, for Macquarie, they're going to be kicking themselves. They had such a strong hold, the full 4, and then it goes to overtime, and MDU are able to get it. So we see some ultimates up here. Ultimate bench for Macquarie has been good so far, but they have to be careful. 5 on the Spider-Man now. Showing, they're looking for potential picks. He's found as well. High ground here for Lil Curry. The Strangling Prison, I believe that was used. Didn't really find all too much success. Uses the wall to block the lines of sight. Just trading blows once again, but this is good for Macquarie. This is what they're after. I have Agamotto though. We'll lock one up. Hyper's out. Amplifier's down. Macquarie now on the back foot.
Could it be further now as Mero goes down to the Meteor there. Great from Bingus onto that one, and are looking to further their pursuit. Sure, Lil Curry can use the walls to seal them out for a moment, but they're going to have to get back into it just as quick. And they do have a few ults they can cook up here. Boundary right around the corner as well. Could be matched by the Eternal Bond. Speaking of, it's time for the Moon to come out here. Meteor could be followed up as well. They're in a bit of trouble. They will cook up. AKO Fiery Direwolf goes bye-bye. Back on track with the BRB though. Mero bringing up the boundary as well there. I'm not so sure about that one, Tony.
Yeah, not quite sure about that one. And for the likes of Macquarie, well, 40 seconds. Now, this is where they're going to have to continue the strong hold that we saw from them in regular time before the first point was capped. They have to hold their nerve. Slowly but surely, MDU going to be grouping up for this attempted final push. Lil Curry doesn't want to let them even get past this choke. He's going to have to use the invulnerable state. Judge Jury is going to come out.
Yeah, final judgment online. Lil Curry going down. Back with the BRB though. Rari desperately needs to hold on here. Get that charge up, get the CYA, because Captain Pickles can certainly bring that out. Now Rari unable to match, and guess what? They don't have enough teammates either. They can match now if they wish, and they certainly will. Hyper looking to change it up. Lil Curry in trouble, needs that sustainability. They will be back on track. They do have the Strangling Prison in a second, but they don't have a chance to use it. They are going to be shot out of the fight. It doesn't matter though. Portal coming out from Hyper there, jumping straight back into a spectacular spin to win a 4-5. As they are thriving in these circumstances. No one able to contest or hold on here. 3 meters away. They still get back into play though. Look, Curry, bring out the Strangling Prison. Okay, Tony, they're just throwing anything at it.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's just like scattered calls and desperation. Macquarie just reset for this next fight. We didn't need to Strangling Prison there. A minute 20. MDU to continue this forward. I have to give them credit, Matt. The resilience being shown from them after they've been pushed to the edge time and time again on this push. Going to be now set up perfectly for the positions here, and well, Macquarie, they're going to change it up. It's Wolverine here for instant regret. Of course, Vibe still being absolute nuisance. Great pull, Lil Curry trade. He's going to be the BRB, bringing them both back. So, answered an instant regret 1-for-1 trade as well.
Yeah, 1-for-1, getting it done there. Looking for more as well. Playing into the team up is always going to get you a perfection. Speaking of perfection, we do have Wolverine a lockdown for instant regret. They're getting closer to the last stand here. Curious to see how it's all going to go in a second. Vibe is ready to try and pull some in as well. Meteor coming over the top here, trying to react to Mr. Melons. It doesn't succeed. They're in trouble. Mr. Melons is a rip and tearing their way forward now, Tony. Boundary comes up, but Mero might not be able to hold it.
Yeah, Meteor going to be slamming down. Mr. Melons finds instant regret and finds another with a shotgun. Shotgun punty comes to play. We're going to be seeing Little Curry try to touch this mission vehicle now, but of course, having to use that extra health, having to use that extra shield. Nobody's on the mission vehicle to touch. It's MDU for 3.
Time to switch things up.
Well done on to that first half there, Tony. Just when you thought it was going to go down in the first objective, no. They managed to exceed expectations, go against the curve, and push it all the damn way. It's going to be a big task ahead of Macquarie Crimson now to try and match and exceed that energy themselves. So, let's see exactly what they are going to bring to the table here as Lil Curry thinking about which hero they want to play. You know, they hovered Emma Frost for a second there, but ultimately are going to be going with the Strange this time around.
Strange. Pretty good call. We've seen MDU use that Strange effectively. Macquarie, we haven't really seen that clutch portal play do too well for them at the moment.
30 seconds before
MDU,
attack.
now they get to hold it down. Punisher and Bucky.
Folks like these, they might have powers, but they ain't
More to come here, Tony.
guys who look surprisingly good.
Very
for how old
excited
they
for
actually are.
what's going to be ahead of us now at the reset. You know, I think both these teams are locked down, locked in. They're good to deliver. As they are going to be prepared to rattle things up, prepared to give it their absolute all. But it's time to get down to business, to get serious, and see how they fare. Will it be the portal? Oh, they're locking it in, Tony! Here we go!
Yeah, we're going to be portaling straight towards the point here to get some magic happening, and it is going to be the first pick. A little Curry on the vibe, forces out the BRB. MDU now, and they're forced to walk back a little bit. This thing is on a little bit of an interesting angle, harder than ever with the wall finding another pick, so slowly this fight's going towards Macquarie. They're just using that high ground, but they've walked a little bit too far forward too soon. And here's going to be Thing slinging out some damage, Matt. Going to be a very aggressive team-up play. While Vibe controls main, Macquarie not going to get through. It's a double from Vibe.
Double down, go to town here, and they're looking to break the terrain as well, not give any points of contact to the Macquarie side here. Murdoch doing a good job in the initial phase, but we'll see if they can hold on to that further, as they are going to be waiting patiently for the moment. Eternal Bond is available if Macquarie want to initiate with it, but they're just going to hold for the second. Lil Curry in trouble. There we go. Mero popping the Eternal Bond, ready to go. Clobbering time coming up front as well. Will they get something from it? Oh, the freeze! Oh my goodness. We stuck in a place there. Good job from Rari. They got the dance floor ready in a second as well, so might be looking to pop that. Speaking of a cracking impact coming out, yeah, forcing it out. Eternal Bond going to be coming out in response. Yeah, Vibe. They're desperately hunting down this KO as well. Not going to be able to get it. CYA coming into play from Captain Pickles and the Meteor. Oh, it's big!
It's so big from Bingus, and that is charged up by the amplifier, so the damage is just that little bit more threatening. And I don't think Macquarie were expecting that one to hit as hard as it did. Macquarie now 2 minutes left, and on the plus side, they forced out a lot of ultimates, and they've got ultimates to walk it up here. And they have to be careful. This Vanguard lineup of Thing and Mag is just so oppressive.
Yeah, they seemingly have no way past it, don't they? Hypeball, though, says, yes, we do. Shotgun coming out, and the final judgments on both teams. The Battle of the Punishers. Oh, my God, the timing on that. Impeccable as Mr. Melons goes down. So the Battle of the Final Judgments will be won by Hypeball. Mr. Melons, though, is coming back with the BRB, as you can see at the top there. You know, they're not down. They're coming back in a second. Last Stand was popped as well on the Macquarie side, so curious where that one's going to land once we're back in action here. But my goodness, do you feel like this is the turning point for Macquarie, Tony?
Yeah, this could be what they're after, right? As we see two ultimates ready to be put in play. We see low HP for MDU as well, so this could be a fight win and a cap for Macquarie. It's about how they can keep the pace going from there, because using these two ultimates in sequence lets their fight be a little bit weaker after they cap the point. MDU could hold it from there, but fighting Mr. Melons early is good signs as well. They do have that Agamotto, so Lil Curry has been fishing for some aggressive ultimates, right? We saw him on the Venom really go for some aggressive Feast of the Abyss. Now on the Strange, could look to try and do that kind of same aggressive style. Fortunately, you don't really have the same kind of momentum and movement that the Venom does.
Yeah, it's at least something to consider, right? I feel like Strange has his use case, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the one that they're looking for at this point. Because, yeah, Venom, I think, was great for them. You know, they were able to just divide up the attention there of the backline and really enable their team to take space on the front side of things, because ultimately it's shifted focus for their opponents to just have to deal with that Venom over and over again. Like a good showcase of that was even Midtown when Macquarie were finding those moments of success. But speaking of, we're going to find their further moment of success. We're back in game now, Tony, and now we get to see everything unfold.
Yeah, back to it. Well, harder than ever. Secures a quick double. Vibe. Oh, Vibe. Almost. Couldn't quite find the dink shot there onto harder than ever. So Macquarie expected to cap the point with those two ultimates invested. And, well, for MDU now having to hold it for 3 minutes. And this is very annoying to deal with. Of course, Punisher can just get so much value here in these longer range fights. And, well, the Magneto there from Bingus, they have to be careful. There's going to be a kidnap as well. That's also the potential that happened. Clobbering time, though, to come through. Sliding into the backline effortlessly. Galaxy is going to make pace here for the rest of the team. Great hook there on the Lil Curry. And finalized by Vibe.
Yeah, going to be finalized by a Vibe there. Caught a Vibe, though, is going to be Macquarie. So, looks like they were ready for the ride this time. And ready to see what else they can do in the front side of things, Tony. Sure, that was a nasty surprise.
Yeah, very nasty surprise for Macquarie. This is just Bucky at work, right? You can just kind of fish for hooks around the corner. Play as safe as possible. Hey, Agamotto going to be fished for there, and it is going to be just the Punisher locked up. And Mr. Melons falls. Going over to Macquarie, and, well, harder than ever might be looking for another. Kidnap potentials there. Eternal Bomb's going to be used. Macquarie, though, they're going to answer back with their own Eternal Bomb. The Meteor's going to be thought about. Doesn't quite finalize there onto Mero. So Macquarie, they have some room to work with here.
Yeah, plenty of flexibility ahead of them, Zone, and more to follow up as Vibe brings out the Kraken impact there. It's for not enabling them to really get any resets, so going to have to go next on that one. Final Judgment, though, is going to enable all the space clearance they wanted. Last Stand coming out as well. Not getting as much from it as they would hope for, but it will at least get something. And, in fact, they'll get more than just something. They'll get everything with the quad KO locked in there, as well as the checkpoint.
Yeah, big quad KO pickup. Macquarie continue the train forward. MDU going to be just one ultimate up here, but I'm liking how Macquarie are coming up clutch in some of these fights. Just that factor seems to be the detriment. Realistically, like MDU are on paper winning a lot of the initial engagements, but then Macquarie in some of the clutch factor, really able to put it back to their board. And we'll see Final Judgment. Very early pop here from Mr. Melons. Just trying to stop anyone walking up. Vibe will catch Eiffel. And the dinks are coming through, but the rain is going to block half of those shots.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just trying to block away some of the impacts there and see what else they can capture. Bingus, good for it. Captures Wolf there. And looking for Hyper as well. So really stifling the impact makers away from the fight here. This is good. You know, they need to hold their ground as much as possible here. Divert the focus of the strategists when and where possible. But ultimately, it'll be a game of timings here. Feral Lever does wonders. Not getting as much as they would hope for here, but certainly making a start.
Looking to make a start here. Shots going out from Vibe. With unhealthy members here from Macquarie. Will be a finalizer there onto Harder Than Ever. That's the unfortunate part about playing this Wolf, right? You really put yourself in like a one and done position sometimes, and Instant Regret is going to be, oh, Meteor, early pop here, and immediately trade Eternal Bond for Meteor. Instant Regret doesn't find theirs either. So both strategists trading their bonds here, and Galaxy trying to walk up on the clobbering time. Does secure a perfect slam, but not going to catch up. Hypel does get into the final judgment just in time. Able to find some shots down. That's a double from Hypel. Looking for Vibe 2. It's a quad once again for Hypel.
Only 60 seconds left.
Well done, Hypel, doing it again and again. We'll see if they can manage it for another time here. As Mr. Melons is getting pretty close to that final judgment as well. There's going to be some key timings into what could be the final fight here. Speaking of fighting hard, fighting strong, a last stand. It could be the first to parade, but Hypel going to be the first one down. Oh, in a bit of trouble as well. They need help from their team. Last stand comes out. Vulnerability at the ready, but nobody is going down. They're holding through it. Final judgment's out, Tony. This could be curtains right here, right now from Murdoch.
This could be Murdoch finding their victory. Final judgment is going to finally find Instant Regret. Damages dealt onto Raremosaurus as well. Macquarie, not like this, not like this, not right now. Portal's going to come through here from Harder Than Ever with 5 seconds on the time to clutch. They'll walk out. Vanguard's full in force, and it is going to be Kraken Impact. Immediately popped by Vibe to try and find these resets. Is going to be clobbering time as well as they walk through the portal. They're walking into the meat grinder, Matt. It's 2 from Murdoch right now. Macquarie are able to stabilize at least with Fate. They do have the bond as well, but it is going to be answered. Boundary, and it's another 2 from Murdoch. Just needs to find Lil Curry here, trying to stall. Is the Strange? Is not going to be no portal left here. Earthbound, and Lil Curry trying to clutch up. Arrow falls, and so will Lil Curry. And it's going to be Murdoch locking them at 2 and winning out the series.
Final score.
Oh
2-0.
my days. It goes down to the absolute wire there, Tony, and they do a bloody fantastic job to get it done. The new kids on the block have found a triumphant victory in their first day of competition.
Yeah, triumphant victory is what they're after. MVP to Captain Piggles. So many clutch amplifiers that kind of came up at the tail end of the fight and then kind of turned it back in Murdoch's favor. And well-deserved MVP. You don't get to see a strategist deserve an MVP like that, but yeah, Captain Piggles, well played. Macquarie, it felt so good. They held so well, Matt, and then kind of just all fell apart at that final mark there. They just couldn't quite get up the hill. And Murdoch, well, what a series it was from them.
Yeah, fantastic work coming through from Murdoch, and the same can be said of Macquarie Crimson. So really impressed with how our teams have been performing across all the series tonight. But we got more series on our way through, Tony. We're going to be seeing you on the other side of this break with the next one. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. We're ready to ignite the battle all over again with our third series of the day. It's Matsy and 2Tap Tony coming at you with this next set of action. And Tony, I'm feeling hyped up for this one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We've had some 3 mappers, and we might get a little bit more action going into this one. It's UWA versus UNSW. How we're a little bit familiar with how not so much UWA, man, a little bit of a newer face for us.
Yes, it's going to be a new kid on the block once again. So that's going to be Mr. Dudman, President Loki, SSJ Cyborg, Mid Games, Russo, and Winter on the UWA side. For UNSW Hal, it's going to be Nascent Monarch, Taitsaru, Milkman 76, Chicken Salt, Joker, and Harrison there.
There's some good rosters, and excited to see where we end up, Matt, because we've seen different domination maps so far, and hopefully getting to really spread our wings here in terms of what else we see in the domination pool.
Yeah, honestly, I hope we see more maps in the domination pool. That's my grand hope for every season going forward from here, Tony, is that we see a brand new map in the domination pool eventually. Maybe we'll get some previews of that heading towards season 9.5 and 10 for that matter, but, anything's possible, Tony. Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything's possible. We'll, of course, get to see Hood as well. And excited for that one. We already have, the team up for Hood, so it should be cool to see once Hood comes into the game what other team ups are available with that one.
Yeah, I'm eager to find out if there'll be, more branching off to that, if there's going to be any change-ups to other team-ups that are in the pool right now, whether some get added, removed. Wow, the first thing banned is going to be the thing, so we're going to see something similar to what we saw last series, Tony. It's going to be a single-sided Mantis Protect. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. That's scary. Thing going to be banned, at least for UWA. They're going to have to deal with that one, especially if they're probably going to play Dive with the Hover and the Wolverine. Gambit going to be taken out. And they're going to lock Gambit. One side Gambit versus one side Mantis. All right, we got a little spicy one to start here, man.
Yeah, anything's possible on this one. We'll see how we go. Into the next one. It's the double bans. Looking to lock it down here. Who stays? Who go? There's no way. The Rogue ban hover was something. Oh my goodness. Well, it's real, Tony. Rogue is out of town, and the Punisher to follow.
Yeah, the Punisher getting taken away. I don't think we'd normally see a Punisher ban, so these two teams, maybe a little bit of insider knowledge there. The pun's pretty good for the side of UNSW. How they're taking away the Rogue, though. Respectable, right? Especially with the fact that UWA gets that Gambit across. Taking away the Rogue, definitely very important.
Yeah, I suppose the only time you're going to see a Rogue is with the full extent to the Gambit team up, but even then, the impact isn't as grand as it could be. Next going to be Hubbard is Elsa, potentially taking off the block here, so not going to see any Glatroxes this time around. Interested to see what the last protect is for Hal now, with UNSW Hal. Ooh. Okay.
Widow. Lock in. That's, interesting. Elsa, of course, getting taken away. Kind of respectable, right? Elsa still in a pretty good form, right? Elsa, when initially came out, was very strong on release, and a lot of people were playing Elsa, and it feels like it's kind of found that way back into the meta. So, yeah, taking away the Elsa, getting the Widow magic ban here. A lot of insider information that I guess we're not privy to, Matt. A lot of character picks that we probably don't expect here from UWA.
Yeah, they're going all over the world with this one, Tone. Interesting to see Joker's actually opting for the Emma team-up as opposed to the Scarlet team-up. Now, bear in mind, you can have a bit of impact playing into the Mag Emma team up as well. I think it has its use case, but more often than not, you are just going to see pretty much every Mag player play into the Scarlet team up. Like with the Emma team up, they get a bit of a health bump, you know, they can persist pretty much infinitely in terms of their clone that they get to use there, or their magnetic projection, if you will. So they get a bit of a health bump on that one if they do have the enhanced version playing alongside Emma Frost there.
Yeah, playing alongside Emma Frost, very good pick, right? Just especially with the Mantis. UNSW Hal. This is cool call from them, you know, triple strat. We normally see it, but Hulk here from Cyborg would be annoying for the triple strategist to deal with, especially if they don't answer it quick enough. Escudodo, though. Nice little shot comes through there. Shuts down one of the strategists from UWA, so a little bit less healing on the board for UWA, and they're going to have to play a little safe, and here comes Emma through the backline. Doesn't even worry about the Vanguards in front, just goes straight onto the Gambit and shuts it down. And it's going to be the Hulk as well, to puny banner form. No way he's getting out. Cyborg gone. UNSW Hal, control of the point early on.
Yeah, they'll get the early control, so we'll be able to take the reins on this one for now. But Tony, just when you think you've seen it all, doesn't even come close. The Blade is here. The Daywalker lives on. And let's see how they take this one into the fray. Will they be able to shut things down with the anti-heal? Or will it be Mr. Fantastic getting it done?
It's interesting to see Mr. Fantastic. It's been a while since Mr. Fantastic was a prominent pick, and well, some would argue still not a prominent pick, but you know, if Minute Games wants to give it a go, why not? As well, the Blade from Cyborg trying to make something happen there. I'm going to secure a quick KO there, but Escudodo once again doing work here with his Widow just completely uncontested. Nothing really anyone can do to dive on top there. You'd think the Hulk would have been the good call for it. Now Escudodo goes in a little bit too risky of a maneuver. UWA will control the point. NSW Howler might have to just fall back here and reset.
Yeah, concede for the moment. A look to reset and have no further regrets here. They hold it back for the moment. We'll wait and see what else they can bring here. Important to note, Rocket playing into the Squirrel Girl team up this time around, so very interested to see the full extent to that one as we jump into the Eternal Bond this time, and ready to try and claim space with the Strangling Prison, forcing out the dance floor there. Gonna see that 1000-fold slash as well. Does enable 3 KOs even through the dance floor because of that anti-heal property there. So really good adaptation coming through from the SSJ Cyborg.
Yeah, SSJ Cyborg doing well. Liking this Blade pick now, especially against triple strat. And well, a lot of ultimates here for UWA. Do have the fantastic one up. Do have as well Raging Roll Flush that would just shut down this fight momentum immediately if UNSW try to take up on the space. And this is what you want from your strategist, a little bit further back, safer in the piece. Wuso needs to be careful. Get topped up there. He's going to be Amplifier off of the rip. Raging Royal Flush though, here we go. UWA want to go.
They want to go and steal the show here. I saw Resurgence coming up as well from UNSW, so they're ready to wreak havoc onto this one and ready to rip and tear their way forward. Taicharu does find Wuso as well, so good way to say no to that one. OT now going to be progressing, setting a sail, but it's UNSW now going to be able to prevail and take the control back.
Taking the control back, and well, point flips to now 60 going on 70% for UNSW Hal. Well, for UWA, I think maybe the Raging Royal Flush wasn't the call. They kind of just like walked themselves into a bad fight. UNSW Hal had more ultimates to use and more space to take on up. Escudodo, once again, that ult trying to dish out a quick KO. Be running away, falling back. Some good damage now, and the Fantastic gonna be flying on through. It's bounce time here, Matt.
Yeah, it's time to get bouncy, as they will be able to play into it with the 1,000-fold slash as well. Double down, a psionic seduction from Taitsaru there. Do the best they can to hold on, and Escudodo could be good for a portal. No one are going to be blocking them here. Everyone was distracted on the mission area. They need to hurry up, though. Quickly, the OT's trickling through. Oh, they do get through just in time, Tony. Oh, my God.
They're able to get through the portal, and you can see it's a staggered approach, right? You send your vanguards through to try and take up that frontline space because they currently get blocked out at the moment. Turtle Bond coming across, and Cyborg picking up that first. And so Resurgence come through from Milkman. UNSW How, though, still slowly losing members out. No KOs found there. It's 2 for the Eternal Bond here as well. The Khonshu following suit. The Meteor's coming out, but that's going to be Humper Joker off of the point, and UWA. First one on Krakoa.
Nicely done by UWA. Putting themselves on the board here in a big way. It seems like it might even be the night for the new kids on the block here, Tony. Doing a great job getting that first objective, and very keen to see what else they can do. You know, I guess the change up to Blade and the Mr. Fantastic is just too powerful. Speaking of powerful, Tony, are we seeing a Moon Knight, a triple duelist composition right now?
Yeah, UWA, it seems to work, especially, I guess, like the Moon Knight and the Blade are just answers to the triple strat that are coming across here from UNSW. How it's a lot of anti-heal, but also a lot of target isolation damage there from Winter, a lot of spread across the opponents that they're not quite ready to deal with because they've been antied by the Cyborg. Wow, for UWA, a great hold down there. Of course, they did dip a little bit. How we're able to cap a few times, but let me go to this one. Raging Royal Flush is going to be up against the Fate of Both Worlds, but How, not a lot of ultimates going to be readily charged up either. Everybody's sitting at that low 50%. It's Kododo, though. I like how aggressive this Widow's been playing.
Yeah, they've done a great job to play very aggressively into it. They have a lot of escape, you know, they can really utilize the full extent of their mobility there. Just like UWA right now with the Raging Royal Flush forcing out the dance floor. Immediate punishment, the dance floor explodes! And it will be the feed lighting up blue as UWA pulls through in a huge way.
That was great anti there from President Loki. Was on the Gambit. Very explosive damage potential, especially with that anti just shutting down the strat. Again, we go back to this Gambit pick, probably being really good at counteracting the triple strategies, and as well counteracting what UNSW How are going for, which is that Mantis. They really want the heals to come out. Escudodo ult again here. 3 ultimates up here for UWA, but they're going to be pretty safe. Fantastic, able to eat a shot or two. Nobody going to be dropping. Actually, no, the Gambit gets taken out. Straight the prison answer back from Wu, so nothing really going the way of UWA in that fight, and they'll slowly be bled out here.
Yeah, bled out slowly but surely. So going to be a time for a flip for Escudodo and Co here. Winter 2704 does have the Hand of Khonshu at the ready, can play into the Brainiac bounce as well here, just to try and pounce upon their opponent and take a bit of control of the situation. A big problem for them, though, is UNSW Hell has the Soul Resurgence in a second, which can definitely dictate the pace of a fight. At least they have the Eternal Bond to try and match it if required, but very keen and curious to see who's going to go first onto this. As already they've found Wuso, Brainiac Bounce now coming around the back as well, trying to dictate the pace, change the attention, and they immediately shut down that Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, immediately going to be fighting it. And we're going to be seeing Blade Ultimate as well. Anti across the entire side. And Cyborg, a quick KO going to be secured. And a Khonshu comes out here. Winter just trying to find that Luna. Trying to deny the plays here. Goku with the Meteor slam down onto the cloak. And well, UNSW How slowly turning this fight back in their favor. What can you do for UWA? They've used up a lot of their resources just trying to win. Uso's out, Escudodo for 2. Hammer Frost to pick up another as well. How now to 80%? UWA maybe need to change this composition up again, Matt.
Yeah, I think they need to certainly change things up or reconsider things going forward. Otherwise, they may be in a bit of hot water, Tony. But for now, UNSW HAL are almost certainly in control. Assassin's Focus coming through as well. Raging Royal Flush looking to be activated. See if they can take control back of the space here. Dance Floor going to come out, but it's too little too late. They've already lost two of their teammates, two key strategists for that matter, Tony. This is a big issue, especially when that Dance Floor ends.
Yeah, Dance Floor nullified in minute games. Fighting Escododo. UWA, this OT will find themselves some KOs. Double out here from minute games. And it is going to be point flip back once again. Now, how do they hold it down, though? This is where they struggled. We saw UNSW how find their footing. No ultimates here. They're going to have to just play into the neutral. How? UWA, they've got 2 to play with. Soon to be 3 or 4 coming up as well. Cyborg, minute games, charging those ones pretty quickly.
Yeah, charging as quick as they possibly can. And see if they can get a more with a Strangling Prisoner coming out here. Hannah Gonshu off the front. Yeah. Oh, it's big. Gonshu's eating good tonight, Tony.
Oh, absolutely feasting on all of UNSW HAL as they'll stagger out these KOs too. They may try to chase the Luna down, but Luna's got that fast footing, able to get away. And so it's going to have to be a portal here. There's going to be an attempted portal back to point here. Attempted, shut out by the blade, but can't really get onto that one. But now we'll see immediate Meteor coming out as soon as the Eternal Bond comes through there from Mr. Dudman. It is going to be a trade 1-for-1 there. The blade able to find some success, but it's UNSW HAL coming out that portal fighting. Is going to be the Brainiac bounce, trying to secure some KOs back, trying to find Escododo, low HP, going to be healed up by the Ice Darts of the Luna. Mini games now just trying to stall, trying to find that pick on the Luna, just trying to make it doable here for the rest of UWA. Finds it, mini games. Going to be OT ticking, portal comes, the rest of UWA here to fight, Matt.
Here to fight, not willing to say goodnight. They give it their absolute best, Tony. And let's see if they can make it work here as UNSW HAL on the prowl, ready to try and shut him out again. It's that Raging Royal Flush. The damage could be too great. Milkman in trouble. Joker as well. They will fall. The first of potentially many here. And it all starts unfolding one after the other. They all fall down. Chicken Salt, no more. 1 KO onto SSJ Cyborg. But that is gonna be that. UNSW HAL. No way back, no way home, and UWA take map 1.
And they take it home here on Krakoa. What a play there from Minute Games. The Brainiac bounce timed to perfection. The invulnerable form as well. I can't remember the name of it, but it did so much work there onto the Luna. Finding that KO as well. Stalled so much time. The portal came out perfectly there. UWA, it's a split-second decision that just pays off.
Yeah, it pays dividends in a big way there, Tony. And, you know, with the some of the more creative compositions I've seen in our competition, they find success.
Blade.
Yeah. Big props to them for that one, and very excited for what's going to be coming from them on next map as well, because if this is how we're starting, Tony, anything's possible. We could even see Iron Man and Squirrel Girl. It'd be just like my ranked games all over again.
Yeah, Iron Man, Squirrel Girl are common in your lobbies, Matt. Unfortunately,
Lord save
not
us.
mine. I haven't hit the queues in a little bit, so thankfully I haven't been victim to that
You're
one.
safe.
I'm safe for the moment. Maybe, of course, I'll hit the queues after this. But yeah, some creative play out of UWA. I have to give them credit, right? The triple duelist really paid off. And, well, it might pay off here as we go to Midtown, Matt. This could be an exciting one, and one that really favors characters like the Blade, like the Moon Knight.
Yeah, they did a great job with the triple duelist there, you know, really helped them overcome the triple strategist composition that came out on the opposite end. So, eager to see how things go, as the thing is going to be the first thing banned again. So, Mantis ban, Mantis probably protected. Yeah, they're just willing to continue in that direction for UNSW HAL, but UWA, they go against the curve, against the meta, if you will. You know, prioritizing getting rid of the thing as soon as possible.
Yeah, getting rid of the thing. One-sided Mantis. That would be yet again for HAL. And do we think it's too much tunnel vision into that pick? Because it seems like, oh, Black Widow? Ben?
I gotta respect it. You know, I think that they were making a pretty solid impact with Black Widow into that previous game, so I guess they don't want to deal with it again, and especially with the mobility it has, why not? But we do see a Gambit locked in now, so that one can't be banned. UWA have the opportunity to counterban it against UNSW and keep it single-sided if they want to here, considering that UNSW, they've got the double ban right now, so they can shut some things away, but there's no protects for a long time.
Yeah, they don't get the luxury of saving Gambit. I imagine UWA definitely probably just going to take the one-sided Gambit, right? They let them have the one-sided Mantis. Going to be thinking pretty heavily. But yeah, I wasn't expecting the Black Widow ban. Rogue going to be taken away. It's magic.
Okay. I don't know how to feel about that one, Tony.
Yeah.
But you know what? There's always a method to the madness. Just like the Blade Protect coming through right now. You gotta love it. I mean, Blade worked out wonderfully for them in the first map on Domination there, so who's to say it won't work out great again on Convoy?
Yeah, it could look to be a good pick here for UWA, and I guess Cyborg, yeah, it wasn't too bad. I don't think it was, like, the craziest thing. Like, it did its job, but it seems like UWA, I guess they were really liking how it was playing, so why not? If the team feels like it's a good pick, bring it forward. UNSW, how they're taking away just realistically strong picks, right? Elsa and Rogue. They get Gambit through, Matt. Gambit Mantis.
Yeah, Gambit never folds, it would seem, so Gambit's going to be on both sides there, but Gambit Mantis, ooh, worrisome. You know, it's kind of like the two agents of chaos, or the two horsemen from hell, coming out. You know, that strat lineup is a sight to behold. President Loki, though, going to be put on display for UWA, so they can play into that if they want. Doesn't look like they are, though. What we are seeing, however, is Groot being hovered with Penny. I kind of like this, because they can really lock down a position, especially playing around those mines there. This could actually cook really good.
Yeah, this could be pretty good. Penny good at holding as well, especially in some choke situations. And Moon Knight Blade is going to be a duo that, yeah, Moonblade.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
Be
strong.
good. Could be good here. Blade Knight.
Yeah, Blade Knight coming out, you know. Blade's also taken on Khonshu, if you've watched Marvel Zombies there.
Yep.
So, you know, they're brothers in arms in that way. Keen to see how it all goes down once we get into this one, though. As you can see, Escododo this time is playing on to Hela. So, very keen, curious to see how they go with it. They are playing into the Namor team up there, so we will see some of those undead squids come out. And I'm all the more keen to see how they find the impact as Minute Games immediately kicks off.
Yeah, Minute Games already with the Penny Nest. Securing a AO there on towards the mag. That actually just falters the momentum here for UNSW. Escododo trying to get an off angle here, but again, just controlling that high ground with the Blade, but also just getting so much chip damage down with this Moon Knight. And then the Blade's able to follow up. Escododo will be getting on towards the cloak there, forces out the team up in vulnerable form there. UWA losing a few cooldowns, but still momentum's in their favor. Another Penny Nest mine blows up Escododo.
Yeah, it's a great solution to the problem in front of them right now, Tony. Like, UWA, they're just spawn holding them right now, and UNSW don't have a way through it. I mean, even if they have the Agents of Chaos on their strategist lineup, they need a way past this penny, and they just simply don't have it right now.
Yeah, they don't have what they need. They need a Storm or a Punisher, right? This is where we immediately see...
Yeah.
Especially like in Ignite series, it's just, yeah, Storm Pun immediately going to be the trade up answer. Well, you can see an attempted walk up there. It's the con shoot. Locked down there with a Strangling Prison. The combo's too good for UNSW to deal with, and it is going to be another KO by Winter. Triple. UWA already stealing away 2 minutes from UNSW Hal's clock, and well, they still have ultimates as well to use for this next fight.
Still have ults to use and more to follow. So, let's see who is going to be able to pull the trigger first as Regimental Flush comes out. Spider Sweep actually going to be in response. Wuso the first to fall there. So solid response from UNSW Hal. Now following things up. 1000-fold slash. Oh, looking to have a clash in the back line there. Diverting focus for a second, Sonic Seduction now clearing a bit of space as well. But UWA have adapted accordingly. They're playing angles, they're trying to evade. They will lose President Loki on the Gambit, but now this is the exact recipe UNSW wanted. They can clear space and move on to the halfway point.
Yeah, UWA, unfortunately, they just, like, not having the cloak means that they lose a lot of their upfront healing burst potential. Shots are going to be coming through here. Chicken Salt's not scared. Escadodo, you see a little bit more out of this Elsa. Let's have that Apex Predator. Glove could be good at pulling some members here into the backline of UWA. And, oh, Sidewalk, though. Could be traded out 1 for 1 there. Apex Predator does its work. Well, Mr. Dudman able to avoid that Meteor as well. I believe Kraken Impact was used by Chicken Salt there and didn't find any value.
Yeah, unlucky for them that time, Tony, but maybe they'll get a little bit more lucky in the next one as Wuso mid games are going to be falling down and maybe more to follow. Milkman almost in a bit of a sour situation. What? Everything will be a-okay right now for UNSW Hal. Ooh, there is actually the contest. They will be able to stick to it for the moment. UWA with the portal back online.
Yeah, back with the portal. Gambit never folds. Time secured here. And not with UNSW. How go through the portal. I want to chase down these KOs. Now Harrison. He's in an aggressive frontward position. Escadodo is going to join. Very far forward to be playing with one strategist, one duelist. But of course they're backed up by the mag. UWA. Now they have to reclaim that space because UNSW Hal has taken all of it. Regimental Flush is being thought about here. They need to kind of just find that momentum to push forward.
Yeah, find the momentum, find their footing there. Mid games, I like the change up. Playing into the Wolf there, shuts down Joker early and in to capture anyone else who should agree. The Regimental Flush are now going to allow UWA to play a forward here. Try and build a bit more time for themselves. Trickle through these staggered KOs. This is great for them. They need as much time as possible, and this is going to drain the clock even by a little bit.
Drain the clock down. And really keep a hold of it. Of course, the group pretty good at holding this frontward choke. Put walls up, block a lot of damage initially. And for the likes of UNSW How, they do have a lot of ultimates. Great anti coming out of the Gambit, and that's going to be immediately seized upon with the Strangling Prison and the Conch Shoe combo. Once again, the left-right, good night. And UWA will clean sweep this one fight. Install more time off the clock here from the Howl.
Yeah, Groot Knight is back like it never left there, so a grander combo, the classic, if you will. And it locks in many a KO in its wake. So, happy days for UWA here, but the fight is not over. Winter, barely getting away from that one, Tony. The counter-attack, even better though. Kraken Impact going in with the Soul Resurgence. Now Meteor coming out from Joker. Trying to lock something in. Not going to be able to get it. Bionic Hook. Lock him in place. Cloak's in trouble. They use the ice and they will spice it up. But it's Wolverine, the star of the show now, as they pile them up one by one, shutting them out.
30 seconds here. UNSW How. They got their own Raging Royal Flush at least, so they're probably going to want to group up for that. The call is everybody together. Last stand here for Midic Games could kind of just shut it all down if they walk immediately into the Wool Vault. They're going to go through main, not the side room. Escudodo. He's not going to expect it. Midic Games immediate pounce there. Last stand is on top of just the one. That's a little bit greedy from Midic Games, and Wuso falls. And UNSW How now, they've got momentum to take this fight. They've found Winter. They've found Wuso. Now they can deal with this Wolverine pretty easily. Blade trying to block everything. There's too much coming out of UNSW How. They'll continue to push in overtime. They'll have to continue to commit members to Herbie. They want this one to continue.
Yeah, going to have to keep our bodies onto the mission vehicle as long as they possibly can here. Ooh, big Bionic Hook up front there. Wuso almost shut out of the fight. Raging Royal Flush, though, going to rush them back into action, bring them fourth onto this one. Let's see if they can get it done. Strangling Prison up front. Magneto down.
Oh.
More to follow. Thousandfold slash into the Strangling Prison. Everything works out perfectly, and the defense will hold.
That's a really good defensive hold. Only one cap and only 112 meters. Really doable here for UWA. For UNSW How, you know, we got all the good picks. We got Mantis Gambit. We should be realistically the stronger of the two in this engagement. That's a lot of upfront damage. The damage boost from Mantis, the antis from Gambit. They're not really capitalizing on them here. UWA, they're getting a lot of value out of having this Gambit.
Yeah, it's exactly everything they could have hoped for and more, honestly, Tony. Like, they're going Gambit for Gambit, sure, but the difference is UNSW has the Mantis as well. But even despite that, UWA are managing to overwhelm and exceed. And you're already seeing a bit of an interesting change-up. All right, they've switched it off. I thought we were going to see 4 strategists for a moment there until Chicken Salt changed to the Venom. And, you know, at this point, nothing can surprise me, Tony. Anything can come through this series.
Yeah, there's just a lot of picks that can be kind of siphoned in here. And, well, it'll be triple. UNSW How. Seeing what they can do with the hold with the Atom. Of course, I would have hoped to see an Ultron in there. Ultron's pretty good with Atom. Team up's pretty good, but yeah, for UWA, it's currently just about how well they can fight out this choke. And, well, rightfully so. They're doing well. Soul Bond's having to be used already. That shows you how well they're doing. Dive on through from Chicken Salt. The Venom. Midic Games already found the mag. They're losing their Vanguard very, very slowly. Midic Games, just so much damage coming out of this Wolverine.
Yeah, there's a lot of frontal damage here. It's exactly what you would hope for if you're on the UWA side here. UNSW Hell taking a page out of UWA's book, it would seem. Bringing out the Mr. Fantastic here. You know what? I respect it. Why not? It's time to get bouncy. Mr. Fantastic could be the solution. Maybe not today, though.
Yeah, not today. And, well, HP bars are dropping low here. UNSW How, you don't expect that with a triple strategist, and that's the problem. The healing output's a little bit weaker from Mantis and Atom, so a lot of reliance on the Gambit to really get you through it. And, wow, Cyborg with his antsy and the pressure from the Wolf. This is like the double trouble combo here, and then Moon Knight just poking from the back. I really like this composition that UAW has built here.
And they're continuing to build upon it by the second, Tony. Soul Resurgence did allow UNSW to hold for a second, but now it's that Groot Knight combo. Immediate punishment coming out with the Raging Royal Flush as well. It's exactly what you want, but the last stand around the back, they will not pack things up. They will be ready to go. Flowing in with the Feast of the Abyss as well, but it gets nothing from it. Maybe it's time to get bouncy with that Brainiac bounce, but it could be too little too late here, Tony, as they just sustain through all of it.
Yeah, I actually like that. The discipline to keep the ults, right? Blade still has theirs. Eternal Bond's still up as well. UWA just winning out that fight in 4 minutes now to push 100 meters. It's pretty doable here. And they're also just going to catch these players off guard here and secure some staggers. UNSW Hound now have to regroup. Very hard, important fight for them to take here. They do have the Adam Res, so Escudoto is going to be having to play in the background. Chicken Salt, though, he's getting absolutely pounced upon. Chicken Salt a little bit too far forward. The rest of the team now going to have to fight it. Khonshu going to be charged up pretty quickly. Come out with a Blade Ultimate. The Mag Meteor comes through, but it doesn't land for Joker.
Oh, Eternal Bond are going to be coming out now, but it doesn't even matter. They hold strong, hold firm. You saw the Karmic Revival locked in, but too little, too late. The gates are closed. The victory is ensured. UWA, welcome to AEL. You will have your first victory.
That was a great victory out of UWA. Just the Groot Knight combo is just so oppressive there, especially on Midtown, where well, it's hard to walk against it, especially once you're locked up immediately from the Groot. Just great coordination there. As well, I have to give credit to Minute Games and Cyborg on that Blade, doing 20k damage, 10 final hits. Like, the Blade was definitely, at moments, so oppressive for UNSW how to deal with.
Yeah, fantastic work coming through from them and theirs there. But the jobs are not done. It's never done. And I love it to see some of the unique strategies, I'll say, coming through from the teams there. You know, defying expectations in every way, shape, and form. And you know what? They did it so good. They made it work, Tony, and they won the whole damn thing. So, got to give props to them where they are deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. Just some creative thinking, and that's, I guess, what it takes in a game like Marvel Rivals to get it across the line. We've seen creative thinking really come to advantage to, you know, some of our world champions. And, of course, hoping to see a little bit more creative thinking as we go throughout the season as well.
Yeah, speaking of creative thinking, let's see some of that come out from our next two competitors. UNSW Raw taking on Adelaide University. It's time to let out the roar as we are on a track with our rosters right here, right now.
Yeah, this is going to be UNSW Raw. It's Catgirl, Runk, Lick, Resh, Nuva, and Yu Wang. And then for the side of Adelaide Uni, it's Mr. Samter, Munchduck, Oblivious, Destroyer, Alice, and Beast. Matt, this is going to be an exciting one. You know, we get to let out the roar. We also get to see what Adelaide Uni are capable of. And for the first time, we actually get to see a Jubilee hover. You know, Jubilee exists. It's Season 9, guys. Jubilee is not a bad character, just doesn't seem to have the same flavor that Mantis Gambit have at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Jubilee, at the moment, the only big use case you see her in traditionally is like a triple strategist composition. So I'm curious if UNSW are going to be opting in to that here on Hell's Heaven, or whether they just go your normal double strategist composition. You know, I'm very interested in how they approach this one, as the lineups now look to ban out Gambit first, interestingly, for Adelaide Uni there, and they've gone for the Cloak Protect of all things, which leaves Mantis open for UNSW Raw if they want it, and oh yeah, they'll take it.
Oh, absolutely, they'll take it. If Mantis is up and you get the opportunity to one-side pick it, why not? And Cloak and Dagger for Adelaide Uni, don't mind that one, especially if, I guess, Oblivious is going to be playing into the Psylocke. You can go for that combo. But, of course, the Emma team-up as well is pretty good with Psylocke. We're going to be seeing Rocket taken away, a lot of strategist focus. This is a little bit more what I expect about. This is a little bit more, like, comfort.
Yeah, they're going to be okay with that, Tony. and very interested to see how things go into the next portion now. Will it be the Elsa ban? Will it be something else entirely? Venom actually could be a good one here. I kind of like this, you know, it disengages some of that dive potential, but Elsa going as well means they don't get to play around Glass Rocks, the traps, so this further enables some pursuits from UNSW Raw, especially if they're looking to potentially play around a Daredevil or Black Cat. You know, you see Yuang the one with the hover there.
Yeah, I can see it. I don't think I've seen a lot of Daredevil out of Yuang the Wong, actually, so this one might be, yeah, today's his day, maybe, to bring it out. And, well, Nuva as well, hovering the Black Widow. We could be seeing a very interesting comp out of the Raw, but, of course, going back to bans, Venom and Punisher going to be taken away by Adelaide Uni. Final lock, there's a lot of things up for the taking. Of course, Gambit's been taken away, Mantis has been taken away. Realistically, do you go for the Luna here? You just go Cloak Luna?
You could. Like, that's a very classic strategist lineup. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Luna locked, loaded, and ready. Well, one last ban here. Who stays? Who goes? One final opportunity. Emma Frost, Magneto, surely the Mag ban, you'd think, maybe?
Yeah.
And it is. They want to deny that team-up capability, deny any Magneto from getting in the server, and this really limits Adelaide Uni's options, so I'm curious how they adapt. You know, I mentioned Psylocke earlier in the evening. It looks like Oblivious going to be the first one to bring that in into the fray there, so curious how those Dance of the Butterflies are going to go.
Yeah, it should be exciting to see. I saw Lick hover Emma for a second. I was like, is Lick a Vanguard player now? Are they everybody changing things up? Yuang's giving Duelist a go. Lick's giving Vanguard a go. UNSW Raw experimenting a little bit, but of course, Lick on the Mantis feels fitting. Runk going to be on the Jubilee. So Jubilee Mantis, a combo of quite a lot of like upfront damage, right? You know, Lick will be hitting some shots, goes for a sedate, and then you can kind of get a lot of chip out with Jubilee. It's one that's still kind of being worked out by a lot of teams, right? Jubilee still feels very new, even though we're like almost in season 9.5. It still feels like a lot of teams are kind of like working it out.
And thinking back on it, maybe this is one of the only times where you can see Jubilee work in the double strategist composition as opposed to like triple, because of Mantis's capabilities as a whole. So maybe that's their thinking coming into this one. Like, yeah, I was curious, trying to decipher exactly what angle they're coming at it from. And yeah, I think it could be that one that, like I said, a lot of upfront damage there that can really help the team in a big way. But curious to see how it all goes, as we do have the Holger coming out. So looks like it might not be out for long. Almost got fully damaged down to Puny Banner form within seconds.
Yeah, Puny Banner form. And, well, Yuang as well has to be a little bit careful using the pillar to escape harm's way. Double on the Maelstrom from Oblivious. And set up well for Adelaide Uni. That forces Raw back, and percentage is given. And I like this. Triple with the Bucky. Ultron Bucky's a lot of upfront damage. We're speaking about Raw's upfront damage with Runk and Lick. But Bucky Ultron is also something that Raw probably weren't quite ready for going into that first fight.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to expect the unexpected, it would appear. And looks like the Soul Resurgence is going to be steering them into high gear, initiating into the fight, and to lock it down with the sedations and whatever else they can find. Oblivious, first one to fall there. Good focus from Nuva and co, and they're not even close to being done, as Purple will be dissolved. So a great way to shift gears here for UNSW Raw, and they continue to floor them bit by bit. You didn't see the Daredevil from Yuang the One? Well, you've seen it in a full view now, Tony.
Yeah, that is... that's the mark of a good Daredevil player if I've ever seen one. I imagine there's a lot of Daredevil players in chat watching right now. And, take a note, maybe Yuang might be the next up here. Adelaide Uni will lose control of the point. Again, it's taking a lot of upfront Hulk from Ellen trying to get in. He's going to be straightly present, does hit, but he gets taken. Eternal Bond there from Runk. Aggressively used, Rage of Ultron coming through. Nuva just trying to slam down some shots, trying to find positioning here. Agamotto comes through. At least Nuva's able to find one, but Mr. Samter and the rest of Adelaide Uni are cleaning this fight up completely.
Ooh, looking good at the moment, as they will be able to flip the direction all over again at Tony. So good. They will hold on. Walls between them. Rez does perish though. So good KO from Mr. Samter there, and continue to cultivate their percentage onto the mission area.
Cultivating that percentage, and slowly, you have to be careful. Yu Wang gonna be walking in behind them, but yeah, just completely CC locked and focused out there. Good comms from Adelaide Uni, and well, Sonic Seduction tries to pull them off of the point. Both worlds, keeps them healthy. Adelaide Uni slowly crawling up towards that 80-90%. UNSW Raw do have a few ultimates to play with. They're going to have to pop them. Nuva's found a shot into Mr. Samter. Beast has taken another from Nuva. Normally known for the dive characters, but hit scans in his element, it would seem. And point goes back to UNSW Raw.
Back and forth, they will be drawn back to have a revival there, but UN Destroyer is ready to get into that Hulk smash form here. So curious to see if that's how they initiate the fight, whether they waited out a while longer. Yuang the One is doing a great scouting mission as well, but they've been spotted by Ewan there, so have to fall back for the moment, see if they can play around the bulwark shield before initiating Assassin's Focus into the Devil coming out, Tony, and it all starts to go haywire.
Letting the Devil loose here. Nuva finding the shots on the follow-up, and well, the Vanguards are in your backline, but it doesn't really matter. The peel's great from UNSW Raw. They're going to be trying to portal back towards the high ground. Oblivious was already there towards the point, so may as well try to get your team back here. Going to be going for the touch. But Oblivious is on their own right now. Rage of Ultron going to come out here, but Meteor from Resh looking for the slam dunk onto the Rage of Ultron, and there goes one of your pivotal members in this fight as Resh finds Mr. Samter. And OT is ticking, and OT will tick pretty quickly as soon as all of the KOs are found. UNSW Raw finding that first point.
Yeah, well done, well played to turn things back around. You know, it was a very back and forth beginning, but eventually they managed to lock back in on Super Soldier Factory, and now can look to re-engage into the frozen airfield here and see if they can yield a similar result. So we're only into map 1 at the moment, and it's interesting to see, you know, the triple strategist compositions coming out again, Tony. It didn't find success into our last series, and this one may be no different, but we'll see what will unfold. And speaking of Ultron, Tony, I hope everyone in the around has had a chance to check out that new Ultron game mode. It's pretty wicked, so check it out if you hadn't had a chance.
Yeah, play hard mode with all of the different heroes available.
Hawkeye's the GOAT.
Hawkeye's the GOAT.
Yep.
Cap kind of sucks in it, but if you can make it work, you can make it work.
Yeah, he just kind of blows air at the enemies.
Yeah,
Love
just
it.
there for vibes, really.
Yeah. Ooh, BP's coming out, Tony.
Ooh, EP.
Yeah.
Actually, this one makes more sense than the Daredevil. I know you. Oh, okay, he's still put up.
Maybe not, Tony.
Maybe not. Maybe not. You make maybe we get this guy back on bag.
Reconsider that one. Yeah. It's all right. That was the warm up. Now he's getting serious. The mission area hasn't even unlocked yet. You know, they've got time. And now they've primed up and got a KO. Mr. Samter going down. Oblivious could follow here. They're pretty low right now. Have been able to at least evade into the high ground there. And you can see the Psionic Seduction locking in. One KO. Looking for another. They may yet succeed. Playing around the bag swords there. And now looking to deliver more. So, great stagger onto the strategist there. And it enables UNSW Raw to claw ahead with more percentage.
And crawling ahead. Again, a point to note that we saw from Hell's Heaven last time is controlling that space after getting that capture. You don't sit back. You don't let your opponents come to you. You want to make the first move. And, well, Purple's gone over to the Storm here, giving up on the Ultron Dream. Flick is going to be getting some good ticks here with Seeds, with the attacks coming out. Nuva going to get blown up there. That's the power of the Storm. It's just unexpected explosive damage, though. Yu Wang able to trade back on a Munch Duck, so still man advantage here for Adelaide Uni. Once they walk it up, I'll try to make the space for the rest of the teammates.
Clear the space and see if they can invade forward, and eventually they will find success, you know, flipping the mission area into their favor here. Albeit UNSW Raw got over the top, but maybe they might claw it back. Basta Set coming out, Purple going down, focus onto the strategist there. You ain't the one, does deliver enough damage for Nuva to lock in onto Mr. Scepter there. So this could be the opening their team was hoping for here. Adelaide Uni do still have control for now, but that could be quick to change. I love this focus straight on the strategist there and forcing out the Eternal Bond onto this one. Lick now matching with the Soul Resurgence. Hulk Smash coming out there with the Eye of Agamotto. Assassin's Focus, Eternal Bond, everything you can think of is coming out on both teams. Oh my goodness, the dance floor came out as well from Adelaide Uni. Wow. I almost feel like that was too much, Tony.
Yeah, that feels a little overkill. They hit such a nasty Agamotto there from Oblivious, so I mean, if it gets the job, it gets the job. Munch be without that fate for the next one here. Rash does have that Meteor. Yu Wang is swapped over to Spider-Man. This feels fitting as well. You know, Yu Wang does play a little Spider-Man here or there. I believe it was to touch and try and stall the point, but now he's kind of just like locked into play and he gives it a go. He's going to get bubbled. Oh, great movement there from Yu Wang. Looking for that second KO, not going to be secured, stolen away by Resh. But, well, Matt, seeing a lot of Spider-Man, especially over the last weekend. It was exciting to see how mechanical some of the Spider-Man players are in well, the Marvel Rivals community as a whole. You know, got to see a lot of content creators give it a go. And, well, Yu Wang, always happy to give it a go. It doesn't normally come out, though, on Hell's Heaven.
You feeling inspired, Tony?
Yeah, maybe I bring it to the queues.
Yeah. You know, from a hater to a lover, you're going to love Spider-Man in the end. But what we are going to love right now is a Meteor over the top, a lockdown to try and shut down the Luna. Not going to happen. Omega Hurricane coming up front there from Purple, though. Trying their best to adapt around it. Lick gonna fall to Oblivious. This is a good opening here. Kraken Impact coming out from Mr. Santa as well. Purple the first to fall there with the Assassin's Focus. Gonna see the Psionic Seduction. Oh, that's everybody locked in. Carbon Crush, go into a rush. They are gonna be able to force them back here. Cloak locked up in the ice block there, and it's over, and it's out. UNSW drowned it out in the end and claim map 1.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought one, though, from the Raw, right? Adelaide Uni definitely made them work for it. That first point, that second point. That was so interesting, because that fight was lost from Raw on the initial engagement. They bubbled on top of the Cloak ice block, so they kind of just wasted a bubble. Little bit of a miscommunication, but the Psionic Seduction coming up and coming in clutch. Nuva as well, finding some good shots. I'm really impressed with the Black Widow play. With 19 final hits, 34 elims overall there. Some KOs look good for Nuva.
Yeah, fantastic work coming out from both teams here. So Nuva MVP into that one. You ain't the one short behind there, playing all kinds of melee-based duelists and anything you can kind of think of, honestly. I'm curious what's next. Like, is Magic next on the lock there? We'll find out, as our next map is going to be an all-time classic. It's going to be Royal... No, it's going to be Yggdrasil Path. Haha, you thought.
Classic.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Going back to beta. But we are going to be jumping in to the draft no later than right now.
Yeah, quick hop in to see what these two teams want to go toe-to-toe on. And for Adelaide Uni, I can't fault the ban line, right? The ban line was pretty good. They got rid of Gambit. They got rid of like everything else that's pretty strong. It's just UNSW Raw playing some crazy stuff. experimenting a little bit, and it seems to pay off. Mantis Gambit feels fitting. Could see one-side Gambit, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be one-sided Gambit. They get the luxury of that second lock, so why not?
Yeah, why not? You know, if they can afford it, they can go straight for it. So, one-sided Gambit this time around enables a one-sided Mantis for UNSW. Curious what else they block out, though. Is it a Magneto? Is it another strategist entirely? Ultron actually going to be taken away this time around. You know, I think that does disengage some of the capabilities of Adelaide Uni's triple strategist composition, because we saw them try and play into it into the last map there, albeit it didn't work. It certainly kept them on the board a while longer than UNSW would have liked. So now blocking that away, and we'll be able to take control of the Mantis here. But Cloak and Dagger going to be next on the chopping block, Tone.
Yeah, Mantis, Cloak and Dagger getting taken away there. Interesting call, actually, from Adelaide Uni, who wanted to bring that one through last game. They're going to be annoyed with it and don't want to have to deal with it. Elsa Penny will be taken away here. On Yggdrasil? I feel like there's a lot of open space, though.
Like, I think it's good in some points, right? Especially into that first corner. You've got that choke point there. You can really use the eggs to your advantage to kind of keep control of the space. Even towards the second choke point, right? Towards the ends there, right? There are points where you can use it. I know that there is a lot of open space, and that's what opts in for the Venom Protect here. I think that Yggdrasil is a perfect map for a hero like Venom. You know, sometimes I think maybe the Angela if it was times of old, but no. Venom right now is a great hero to play into that dive vanguard there. But the next ban, Jean Grey, the Phoenix. See you later.
Yeah, Phoenix gone. Venom save. Mag save. What is the final ban? It's Rocket. So 3 strategists going to be taken away here by the likes of UNSW Raw, but they've left a few good picks up. Mag is left in play here for Adelaide Uni. We'll see what they can do with it. For the likes of the Raw, though, with the Venom, it's probably going to be Dive, right? They have Venom. They have Daredevil up if they want to play it. And, of course, with that team up, and Rash probably just going to sit on the Mag for that frontline stabilization. This is Raw just going to be aggressive. Runk plays Jeff. This is just, like, ticking all of the boxes for Raw if they want to play Dive.
I'm curious if Runk is going to bring the Jeff out, right? Because we haven't seen as much Jeff into this season, but if there's someone, you know, you can rely on the Jeff, it is Runk. I mean, we've seen Runk do amazing work on Jeff over the course of literally the last year, right? Runk's always been one of those seasoned Jeff veterans that you can count on. They're still pondering which strategist they want to go for, too. Like, is it Luna? Is it Jeff? No, it's going to be Luna this time around.
The battle starts in
Yeah, Ronk on Luna.
4,
Played it a ton throughout
1.
a career. And why not? It's AEL once again. Mr. Santa gonna try and fly out here with the Venom, but the snowball, the stun, it's shut down. Mr. Santa falls. Doesn't even get a chance to pop the bonus health. Yuang gonna be finding Munchduck as well. They have to be careful. Cap as well from Ewan. This is ultra aggressive dive from Adelaide Uni, and it's not gonna pay off because UNSW Raw, they'll match dive for dive here. Catgirl picking up one. And they'll control the cart for the moment. He's going to be a pull there. Oblivious needs to be careful. Yuwang's moving different right now.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a great job, you know, sustaining and maneuvering their way around the battle accordingly. I really enjoy the diverse hero pool that they're putting on full display here. Like, Oblivious tried to take control of the skies, but Yuang, the one, denies entry immediately. The bouncer on the server.
Yeah, the bouncer pushing them away. Adelaide Uni. Oh. Going to be Nuba has to be careful there. I was waiting for a quick KO to go Adelaide Uni board, but Nuba thankfully will get the safety. Munchduck now getting dove here. Rash with the explosion of the autos coming through, and it's going to be a third fighting Oblivious. Purple now to Hella. I'm going to play a little bit more hit scan oriented. 2 minutes 30 here. Adelaide Uni Only gotten 21 meters so far, Matt.
Yeah, it's been quite strugglesome on the early attack for them here. UNSW Raw are doing a great job to just hold this first corner. Like, even if they got denied Betty, they don't even need it. The fact that Lick is playing a Vanguard right now is a sight to behold, by the way. Because Lick, normally your strategist main there, but being put onto the Venom, it kind of feels like what we saw from the start of the year when Squashy got put onto the Venom.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, UNSW Raw have a lot of players that are capable of playing different roles, so you may as well give it a whirl, see what works, and if it doesn't, then, you know, you just go back to what the default was at the start of the season. Lick just throwing hands right now at that Phoenix team up. Just feels like so much damage comes out of that Venom now. Feels like a lot of the Vanguards have been given a lot of extra damage with the team ups that they have at their disposal. Meteor here from Resh. Gotta find that cloak. Can't find the Gambit either. Getting absolutely swindled here by Adelaide Uni, and now they'll walk up with their Meteor. Right? That was a brave pop there from Runk.
Yeah, going leaps and bounds with that one, it would seem. Goddess of Death coming out from Purple as well. Will immediately be punished. Oh my goodness. Galactic Legend gone. Every old Adelaide pops, it drops within a seconds there. So, UNSW Raw locked in as much as they possibly can be here. Adelaide are in a world of struggle, but this might be their time to break through.
Yeah, hold up. UNSW Raw might have gotten a little too big for their boots. Muang and Lick have been taken. Rash is going to have to try and fall back, trying to hold the backside. Oblivious, though, getting sniped out by the Luna. The Ice Arts is good. And he's going to be keeping everybody healthy. Nuva finds Mr. Samter, and somehow Runk lives through all of that. No KO secured there. Now this is where they can just reapproach. Triple from Nuva. The Black Widow, known for the dive. Of course, can play the hit scan well. 20 seconds left here for Adelaide Uni to try and get out of their spawn. And once again, Yuang and Liquor in their face.
In their face and ready to see if they can take it one step further all over again. Hulk Smash is available. Oblivious going down first, though. That's going to be a big problem, but going down to Puny Banner. It does not look good. Assassin's Focus, Res, everybody gonna be locked into this one, and we'll find a triumphant defense for UNSW Raw.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, that was really solid. 51 meters, man. That's like
Top-notch team to win this.
fraction of a hair, it feels, for UNSW Raw, especially if they bring that same pace now to their attacking side. Adelaide Uni, we need the most defensive composition you can conjure up right now. I'm talking triple. I'm talking Groot, talking Adam. Maybe even throw the Ultron back in there from Purple. Penny as well. That's good. I like that. Good call from Ewan. They're going to need something right now because UNSW Raw, they got a little bit of flexibility to them, and they're... Is that going to be a Rash Hawkeye? Putting Ewing back on Vanguard?
Yeah, baby! Rez knows! It's Hawkeye time, Tony! He's back like he never left!
Get ready.
Until he switches off.
Until no, come on, let this one ride. Let
the Hawkeye out.
You have Mantis. Dude, the Mantis damage boost on a Hawkeye, like, that's
Insta KOs.
instant KOs here.
Yeah.
Nuva, okay, Nuva BP now.
I'm all for this, Tony.
I mean, like, he plays a good Psylocke, so I imagine, like, the BP's not, like, that bad from him. He's gonna go to Luna. Yeah, that's fair.
Help get that
Yeah.
vehicle to its
Valid.
destination.
Alright.
There it is.
Yep, there it is, by Purple, and maybe more to follow. Oh, the damage is huge. They're looking to break up past a Penny here. Just gonna be trying to dab. Oh my god!
That hit?
Munch Darker gets munched there. Rez is locking it down.
And Yuang's just walking up with the Freedom of the Strange Seraphim Shield. Nuva finding two with the Ice Hearts, and wow, DPS Luna has come back to play. They nerfed the damage a little bit. They tried to stop it. Yuang, Lick, care secured. Nobody's going to touch here from Adelaide Uni. Not even a portal attempted. UNSW Raw lock that one up quickly, Matt. Some of the fastest Yggdrasil I've seen.
Yeah, that was fantastic work from them and theirs. You know, even if they didn't have a penny on defense, it didn't even matter. They just took complete control there. Nuva are going to be taking away the MVP this time around. Mostly it was playing through on to many different heroes tonight, honestly. I was very impressed with their Black Widow in particular, but this time they're going to take it a whole different direction. Victory secured, locked and loaded, and just look at those scores.
Yeah, wow. 28 and, well, 0. Not getting KO'd once. 13k damage as well. With majority being on that Black Widow, as you said. Nuva, very strong play and well-deserved MVP. What a strong series as well from the UNSW Raw.
Yeah, fantastic work from them and theirs there. You know, there's a reason that they are on top, Tony. I think that they've had a very confident season through the year so far, but curious to see how it's all shaped up across the board, because, you know, we saw more than one series. There's been plenty going on. Let's check them all out once we got that cooked up. Tony, how are you feeling about the games tonight? Do you think we've had a great return?
Yeah, it's been good. We had some 3-map bangers there to start off the night, and of course we teed it off a little bit into more one-sided territory, but yeah, 3-map bangers as we, of course, check out the competition that happened today here. Macquarie Crimson 1-2 there against UNSW How. USID 1-2 against UWA, and then MDU 2-1 over Macquarie Crimson, and then to round out this first page, Matt, 2-0 there for UWA against the How. We weren't expecting that one.
Yeah, they have really proved themselves tonight, just like a Monash proved themselves against Macquarie Onyx here. 2-1 in that series. Following up, it's Swinburne getting 0-2 against UTS there. And UNSW Raw took it away from Adelaide Uni, a 2-0. RMIT find a 2-0 victory against QUT to close out this page of the results. And let's take a look at what the results turned into. It's our standings.
Yeah, standings again, Raw untouchable. And you can see why, just from that last series, looking absolutely dominant. UTS 12-2 currently. Monash 11-3, and Macquarie Onyx 10-4, tied up with RMIT. UT, of course, at 10-4 as well. Adelaide Uni now 6-8, and Swinburne 5-9 here, Matt.
Yeah, and a note that obviously our top 8 in Division 1 will be retaining their scores from the first half of the year here. So let's take a look at Division 2 now. And you can see, to start off, UWA strong as ever, you know, 2-0 in the beginning there. Murdoch close behind, you know, they got the 1-0 at the moment, looking pretty good. And 1-1 for UNSW How are going to be pretty close behind there. USID 0-1, and Macquarie Crimson going to be at the bottom for the time being.
Yeah, very impressed with how UWA have come out here this evening. You know, first showing for them and really showing out some good form here. 2-0, you know, only dropping one round there, 4-1 in the round win-to-loss ratio, Matt. So yeah, I'm excited to continue to see how UWA adapt into the next few weeks of play.
Same here, you know. I think it's important to note that those teams, the top 4, will qualify for playoffs there. So definitely eager to find out how that goes. But you know what I'm eager to find out? I'm eager to tell you exactly what we love. Our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And, of course, a big shout-out to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high-spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
That's right, Tony. Love to see it. And you know what I need? Some Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we appreciate their support. Speaking of support, if you want to support us, make sure you check out AU Esports League on all of our various social medias there, whether it's X, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you name it, we are on it. Make sure you check it out and stay up to date on all the action. But speaking of the action for today, we are going to be coming to a close. So thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the action, and we'll see you next time we ignite the battle.